Располагайтесь, пожалуйста. Мы начинаем.
Good morning, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're starting.
Здравствуйте, дамы и господа. Меня зовут Антон.
My name is Anton Vladimir. I'm the curator of the Institute of the Theatre. We're happy to greet you here in the musical parlor of the musical theatre of Nemirovich-Danchenko. It is a round table that we called Why Opera. And to start the conversation, we have a very good reason and an unusual context. As a prerequisite, one of the prerequisites is the 100th anniversary of the musical theatre, and we're happy to congratulate the musical theatre on this solemn event. And the context is the unique history of the theatre that was founded by two dramatic directors that represented directorship in musical theatre. And we wanted on this basis talk about the director's opera, such a phenomenon as a director's opera. But we decided not to limit ourselves not only with opera professionals, but with outstanding professionals that deal with opera in general, and start the conversation about why this genre became so relevant, so important, so influential, why the most influencing directors and artists are engaged in opera. I don't know Russian statistics, unfortunately, but anyway, I know that downloading of classical music all around the world has increased by 10%, and this is an amazing fact for me. I would like to start talking why we're doing opera. And we have really esteemed guests that I want to introduce. On the left, director Andrea Breth. She has a degree in literature and she is a director of dramatic theatre. And since 2005, she started her opera career and started her collaboration with outstanding institutions such as Salzburg Festival, Vienna Festival. The last premiere was Nadja in Berlin. And Andrea Breth. Next to Andrea, there's Nicholas Payne, director of the Opera Europe Association, and he's engaged into opera since 1968, when he started working in the Raphaël Opera House, and in different times was director of this institution. He's one of the most important people for the opera in Europe today. Vladimir Jurowski, conductor, Svetlanov's Philharmonic Orchestra director, and he's the director of the yesterday's premiere in the musical theatre. He used to work in Glyndebourne, he collaborated with La Scala, with Paris Opera, and all over the world. And since 2021, he's the director of Bavarian Staatsopera. Raphaël Pichon. He's director of the Pygmalion ensemble, conductor, and he has a background as a soloist. And he started as he learned as a conductor and Pygmalion Ensemble is really one of the greatest reference of the modern music and of Baroque music. And we were just talking recently about how it's easily switched from modern to Baroque music. And also it's important for his collaboration with Katie Mitchell, where you use not only ready-made scores, but you create the scores out of non-opera material. Stephen Langridge, director. I director of Glyndebourne Festival. Stephen's career from the start included work at such big venues, and both at small venues like site-specific types of work. And Stephen is engaged in many social projects, and for example, I know that he had a project with convicts or in some African exotic countries. Stephen, we're happy to meet you here. We have an insight from soloists, because here among guests there is Nadja Mikhail, soloist of opera. Nadja is one of the leading names. When a director comes up with an idea of some very complicated thing to do, really Nadja will be one of the first names to pop up. Nadja took part in Mariinsky Theatre and at Bolshoi Theatre last year. Also have a perspective of a composer, of Mark Anthony Turnage. Mark has a wide scope, wide range of works in opera. For example, score. It's important for us that Mark, the press wrote that you refuse to work in opera furthermore, and we really want to know why you have taken such a decision. Alexander Titel is art director of the musical theatre and the director of yesterday's premiere that we watched here in Mount. Alexander, we're happy to greet you. It's the master of the space. And also here among us there is a critic, music critic, and an educator, Yulia Bederova. She works with leading Russian media such as Kommersant. I'm not as an outstanding opera professional, but as an interlocutor, I would say. And we have one more guest. We have one loss, actually, because Simon Stone couldn't be here, unfortunately, and we really pity it, but this is very illustrative, because Simon lives in Australia, though he lives in his country of residence is Austria, and he is putting up a performance in Paris now, so he just failed to get a visa, and it's really a fact that you need to deal with when you work with opera. But Simon made a small greeting for all of us.
Hello to everyone at the Stanislavsky Opera House. For the 100th anniversary of this wonderful institution, I wish you all the best. I'm really, really sorry that I can't be there for this day of wonderful discussion and confrontation with the themes of the past, history of the opera, the modern way of interpreting it, the future of this beautiful art form. I really wish I could have been there to engage and discuss, but I'm sure it's going to be an amazing day listening to my esteemed and inspiring colleagues. So have a great time. Once again, wish I could be there.
И у нас на самом
We really have outstanding esteemed guests, and the first row among the audience, there are also professionals of opera theatre. So, dear colleagues, if you're going to be engaged and involved into our conversation, we would be really glad, because we have an open discussion. We have a set of questions that we brought out as our plots, but we really think that suppose that it's going to be an open discussion. And as our master of the space, Alexandra Titel going to start, and then later on we're going to proceed to some more. There is the book, a volume that appeared recently, The Chronicles of the Century. It is called, and it describes day after day life of this theatre, starting from 1918, when Stanislavsky and Nemirovich-Danchenko were invited into the Bolshoi Theatre in order to reform it. Later on, in December 1918, Stanislavsky and Nemirovich-Danchenko, together with two actors, Moskvin and Kachalov, came to the Bolshoi Theatre, and since that day, this day is considered to be the launch of the musical theatre. Later on, Stanislavsky will write that Bolshevist authorities think that Bolshoi is almost dead, Moscow Academic Art Theatre is almost dead, but we aspire that that musical theatre gonna give a fresh start. If you want to have this book, you can buy it on our theatre, and it takes on the history of opera and musical theatre in the Soviet times, really day by day. It was the first director's repertoire musical theatre. The model and the way the theatre brought up actors and soloists in the perspective of Nemirovich-Danchenko and Stanislavsky, they were so different, but they were searching for a new actor, but founding it on the ensemble. All my predecessors cherished this idea. We think that this is one of very significant ideas and features of this theatre, that it is repertoire and ensemble. The main feature is the ensemble, that people work together, they collaborate, and they get each other from very easily, understand each other profoundly. When you open this book, you will see a lot of discoveries. There was a studio in the house of Konstantin Stanislavsky in 1922. Konstantin Stanislavsky showed Eugene Onegin, and people were dressed like from streets. They had costumes of the modern times, the contemporary times of Stanislavsky, and it was outstanding. And already in this stage he has put up the first opera, and the audience saw the first revolving circle, and people saw the machinery And the artist of the set was, the designer of the set was Rabinovich. It happened in 1924. Nemirovich-Danchenko puts up Carmen and changed the name, changed libretto, changed the order of the pieces, and really has amended the score a lot. And the same happened in 1933 with Traviata. The decoration of set designer Williams. Violetta became an actress. The action took place in Venice, sorry, and she wasn't dying, and she committed suicide. And it was done before The Queen of Spades by Meyerhold. So a lot of things that happened in the modern opera theatre originated here, I would say, in this theatre. The premiere of Katerina Izmailova took place here as well. After 2 years, Katerina Izmailova opera was shown, put up for 90 times. We understand that perhaps it's a record. I don't know if today, within 2 years, an opera can take place 90 times. It tells not only about the quality of this piece, but perhaps about the time. How perhaps appropriate it was for the time, for the modern times. During the 3rd century, this theatre remained director's theatre. A lot of directors and conductors' works, and I've made a list of those who worked during my time. When after the reconstruction, we came back to our house, to our home again, to this building. And I'm the director of the theatre, head of the theatre for 12 years. Some of the names are like Peter Stein and Olden and Kamaginkas and Rimas Tumas, outstanding directors, drama directors, and Georgi Sakyan. And some young directors. We have the main stage and the smaller stage, and the smaller stage is a space for experiment. And for many years we're collaborating with Opera Europe. And we're meeting at seminars that take place several times a year. And we're discussing the most interesting questions. We watch interesting performances there, discuss and share our opinion. We know there was time when opera was driven by composers a lot. There was time when it was driven by singers or by poets, and then by conductors. And now it's the era for 100 years that it's driven by directors. Although I would say that now the influence of set designers has increased a lot. And the set is not called the decoration sometimes. They say this is scenography. Will the director's opera be developing? I think that if we look from the side, from the other perspective at what we're doing, I would say that today opera is self-developing, artistically material phenomenon that exists on its own and develops on its own. And as Joseph Brodsky in his Nobel Award speech said, that the language is dictating, is predicting what poet needs. I would say that opera today is also dictating its future, its own future, predicting its own future, and who's gonna be at the steer. And this is a universal message to us and to other worlds, I would say. One of the unique features, peculiarities of opera, that let's say in a novel, in a poem, there is some private conversation with a person who reads, who watches. Here we encounter a collective, a conversation with the audience, because opera is a big, mighty, artistic material, I would say financial institution and phenomenon. You know that the budgets inflate, and more and more opera houses are built all over the world. So it's quite a Bosch phenomenon. And it's a self-organizing phenomenon, because hundreds of people influence the result and impact the result. A performance, a production is a connection of hundreds of people. They're and the product of their harmonic work. They work together. And I'm really glad that we could gather this round table, this conference. I want to greet my colleagues and our important guests, and I'd really love to hear your perspective and take on the opera. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have some practical tasks. First is the conversation that comes to the fore, that probably we won't be clapping that much, but discussing in practice. Yes, Alexandra said that the production of opera is a unique message. What provides this uniqueness of this genre? The genre that is ready to provide message, produce message to different audiences, not only to elite or some social niches and to some category of people that can afford it. But what does it make it a universal message? Could you please elaborate on it? I would say that there are a few interesting points here. Opera succeeded to encompass several parameters adequate to our modern life. It resembles life a lot to a certain degree. To a certain degree, it's absurd. it plays all the time with different ratio, proportion of imaginary and real, of visible and invisible, and in general. It's more interesting, I would say, to sing about a character, about something important, to play about it with help of musical instrument. This is a unique combination of reality and imaginary material. And everyone who is participating in opera is seeking truth. So, through the imaginary world, we're seeking truth. We're digesting life so as to implement it, put it up in opera. Opera is not a mirror of the reality. It's just an attempt to combine what we hear and what we see. Of what is not existing and of the imagination, and the result of it mesmerizes of this combination. This is, I would say, why the opera attracts. Thank you so much. Here's a question to Andrea. I'll give you my microphone. My question is the following. Opera is the genre that contains a very conservative element. It is, the repertoire is limited, and it is, the context is quite peculiar. Of the context of opera houses, of some old traditional festivals with traditional audience. So, is this element of conservatism is important for opera today? We're talking about its dynamic nature of opera, but how it is important to consider and save this conservative element in this genre.
First of all, I'm very honored to sit in this, for me, very important house of Stanislavsky. Before I hopefully answer your question, I'm mostly a theater director, and I learned from Stanislavsky a lot when I was young and still now. So thank you very much for this invitation, and I'm very honored. The other thing concerning conservative, or what did you say?
How important the conservatism?
I don't know what conservative actually means. The only thing I know that we need opera, and we have to listen to opera, and we have to see opera. There's one danger that in my point of view, and maybe I'm talking about the West, there are too little ensembles. We lose ensemble and we gain stars. I'm sorry, Nadja, to say this. It's very important to have, like Felsenstein. I don't know whether Felsenstein is known in Russia, but he was well known in Germany, and I think he worked a lot in Moscow. He had a huge ensemble, and they worked for 6 months on one project, and you could see it, and you can see it till now because you can read his directed books. For me, it's more and more difficult to have so-called stars. Not you, Nadja, but a lot of them don't want to work. They just come for the last 3 weeks. I definitely said you don't belong to those people, but we know who we're talking about. So they turn up at 3 weeks, and this is a lot of time to stay to the rehearsals, but most of the time they love to come to musical rehearsals, and the rest is not that interesting. And then we have a problem, because in this way we don't see real opera as I understand it. Conservative doesn't mean maybe as people think we should direct Traviata as it was in Verdi's time. First of all, we haven't been in Verdi's time, so we can't judge how the way he does it, but we have to look after the point that it was completely new for the audience to have a whore or a prostitute as a main character on stage. So if you do it in historical costumes and in saloon and things like this, you will never get this really the main point and the main problem of the opera. So what I did in Brussels, in order to keep the scandal, we really had someone, not from the street, but as an artistic singer, we had a whore on stage, which all of them came, sort of lived in a container, and they were sold in prostitute home. So this, and then what they do in those so-called saloons. It still was, all of a sudden it was a scandal. And this was interesting because I hoped we will manage this point, and we did, not because to make a scandal, just because it is one. And it is a scandal to have children in a prostitute home, so we did this as well. And there was a huge scandal because in Belgium there's a famous case, more of famous cases, and most of the people who made the scandal and the so-called yellow press, they talked about it, they wrote about it, but they never saw the opera. So this was really interesting. They didn't go to this opera, but someone told them it's horrible. So they wrote in the press, they didn't go there, and all the sponsors didn't want to go there. And it was a real problem for the artistic director, Peter de Calovin. They called him, they wouldn't go. And he said, well, okay. And they said, let's do it as a concert. And he said, no, I give back the money if you think it's like this. And then they came, they turned up. And afterwards they said, where's the scandal? Where's the problem? Because it's nothing else but truth. So this is what I think, and I totally agree with the brilliant speaker who was before me. It's necessary to have a view on the operas, because what people think is, we call this, I don't know how to say this in English, perhaps Nadja can tell me, Werktreue. This is a... yeah. And I think this doesn't exist. This is what I mean by Traviata. And certainly we are on stage, we have to find a kind of poetic way to tell stories. But I would never say I have to look after the audience. The duty is to fulfill what the composer and the writer, what they want.
Nadja.
I also want to say thank you that I'm here, but I want to jump immediately to Andrea's what she said, because Richard Strauss wrote for my great aunt all the very high Fiaccamilli, Zerbinetta, and that's why in my family there are a lot of stories about Strauss and how he handled his scores. And there's this funny story about Salome. The very first presentation of Salome was in the Semper Oper, happened at the Semper Oper in Dresden. And yeah, he did it and he was very happy. And then he went away as he was a good businessman. He was traveling a lot, so there were already there have been a star system in a certain way. He was traveling everywhere. And he came back to retake Salome. And then the intendant came to him and said, listen, maestro, this time we have another Salome, and she sings every note, and she will do every rhythm, and it will be fantastic. And Strauss was a cold-blooded type, conducting, and went afterwards furious into the office and said, okay, this girl, she sings every note, she hits every rhythm, but she's not a Salome. I want my Salome back. So this is a funny story, which is also about Werktreue, I don't know the word, as my great-great-aunt, I think, Erna Sack, had these really, really high notes, C4, I don't know what in Russian that would be. Yeah, so he wrote crazy coloraturas for her, and she did it. But of course, all the other singers couldn't do it. So it was not a tiny bit of a problem to modify the part, and I think that's very interesting. And in my own experience, I had a very nice experience with Wolfgang Riem, a German composer. We did The Conquest of Mexico in Madrid, and the part is Montezuma, and it was like, I would say, a lirico spinto. And I'm, of course, not a lirico spinto, so I have the high notes, but, of course, not in piano. It's impossible for me. So I felt very bad, and I called him and said, Maestro, this is such a fantastic opera and such an honor for me. It's a two-person piece, so it's also a great opportunity to act, to sing. But unfortunately, I'm very sorry, I just can't do it because I'm just not the right voice for it. I have the notes, but I can't do the dynamics. And then he said to me, oh, Nadja, don't worry. Sometimes the dynamic is very important. Then you just go one octave down. And then he said, sometimes the note, the actual pitch is very important, and then you just sing it. Of course, I couldn't do it, so I asked him to rewrite 2 places, and then we did it. But I found this ability to be flexible with the material and to go for the drama and to go for the actual living experience of a performance of such a great composer that was very, very inspiring to me, and it's just an illustration to what Andrea said.
Я бы хотел просто в продолжении того, что
I would like to pick up on what Nadja just said. Richard Strauss was never against, no matter, depending on who sang the part of Salome, he could change the score. I saw his Dresden's score for Salome, the way it looked before the premiere and after. He could just erase or tear out pages of strings, of horns. In the last monologue, last version of Salome that he left, he only kept bass and cellos, where she requires the head of Yucanan. For the singer, who had a lighter and higher-pitched voice, he wrote a different version. Right now, Nadja spoke about conservatism, and I would say that this is a term we've coined when we stopped doing contemporary opera, because back then, when great opera classics composed operas, the only operas the public was interested in was the operas of today, in the worst case, yesterday. The day before yesterday, opera was of no interest to public, and all those classical composers were not composing for centuries to come, like Wagner, when he was planning to perform the Nibelungsrein for the theatre built in Rhine. And only then Bayreuth was built because it was funded. There was a king who was ready who could be drained for money. So at first he was planning to build a theatre in Rhine, play the Wagner's opera, then burn the theatre and burn the score. That was his first idea. It's a really partisan action, protest happening performance. And I think Verdi treated Traviata like we treat today rock operas or musicals. Conservatism is a term of much later period, when people were no longer interested in contemporary music and the audience wanted to hear only something they knew. And the fact of recognition brought about the situation that we preserve the sacred tradition, sacred fireplace with no fire. But composers themselves, we know that from living composers, are much more flexible. If you need an aria, they introduce an aria, you want to go a quarter up, they can do it. You need a different instrumentation, they can do it for you. So the only way to fight conservatism in opera is to constantly add new creations to the classical repertoire. If you allow, I would like to say a word. Just one comment. Just a line, since we're speaking about Strauss, who turned upside down all the statements if we advocate for director's theatre, because I've seen several versions of Salome in a number of theatre houses around the world, and in a couple of German theaters, where they were very accurate about following the author's idea, and Salome's really danced as much as they could to dance, and even undressed a bit for a few moments longer in finale. But for me, the strongest impression was the performance by the Tbilisi Opera Theatre, with Josun Kahidze as conductor, and Salome was Trisana Tatishvili, who weighed like 100 kilos at that time. But that was a competition of incredible voice and orchestra, and it was so convincing that I really believed she was Salome with her weight given. We will never know the result. We can only aspire to it. We can only try. Opera is an unpredictable lady. Thank you. Andrea, please.
Nadja, to give an answer to you, the Maria Callas actually sometimes sang completely wrong, and it didn't matter at all. For example, I don't know why I talk about Traviata all the time. It's not my favorite opera. But the last line, the ach, she didn't sing it. She talked it. And this was her invention. And this invention sort of is still in opera, but nobody can say it like her. She made her own form of Medea, and she didn't care about anything. She cared about the character, and she cared about what she needs, the kind of music she needs to sing the part. For example, Cherubini, Medea, we both did. The version of Medea is much more interesting than the so-called original version. I have to think, because actually I wanted to answer you something, but I forgot it.
В продолжение того, что сказал Владимир.
To pick up on what Vladimir Jurowski just said, obviously contemporary scores are very important, but in real life today, we, the public, for us, the basis of repertoire is classics. So I want to ask you, Bederova, is conservatism a big problem for opera of today, or maybe it's a good side and advantage? What should be the proportion? What is your expert thought?
The confrontation that is quite sharp and relevant between the classical theatre and modern theatre, I would say this is hazardous, and this is really triggered by some commercial reasons. And these commercial consequences of interest to this or that type of theater, even if you divide them in principle that I consider wrong, these consequences are unpredictable. For example, Russian theater, we would say that Russian audience, just in general, not only in Moscow, we suppose that it might be interested in the traditional theater, but nevertheless we see that some of the theaters are almost dying, and the opera houses that used to be posh are now just the ruins of former palaces, and no one visits it. And if in such type of theater there appears some drastic, some extreme positioning, as some production that is positioned as very innovative, it may also inflict a special interest. I would say that we're confused in Russia. The traditional theater is a myth, although it's based on real events, but it's a mythological construction. But nevertheless, when we say about the opera genre in general, I wanted to pronounce the statement of William Decker when he tells that opera emerged in the epoch of discoveries, and as people discovered lands and different remote corners of the earth, then at the same time opera was discovering some remote places in Seoul. And in this utterance, I see some extremes of what opera can touch upon, both in traditional and innovative productions. It is the earth, the universe, and the soul. And the center of its combination, opera is like your topic of reconstruction of the past and of something, and developing as music, as drama that is always new. It's interesting because it happens today, but naturally it brings some former models. So it consists of some former of antique models borrowed from antique theater. And it always bears the reality of the past, the models of the past. This is like the culture that is based either on the new score or on the old score. It anyway considers some heritage, some model of ideal production with costumes, and it revives the past, revives the present at the same time, making it relevant. And I would say that there is an observation that confirms and proves the statement. I would say that any theater, modernist or traditional theater, it just it never creates the world of nature, recreates the world of nature, as we don't see anymore some soft and drawn decorations. We don't see the illusion of the world around theater. Opera becomes a closed space of the soul, the space of culture. How it interprets today, I don't know if it's a traditionalist strategy or it's an innovative strategy. I would say that most importantly, these myths of traditionalist and revolutionary theater, how they are united and how they live together simultaneously in modernist theaters and in old dying theaters. It really depends a lot on conductors and on directors. Okay, we understand with for example, for classical repertoire, it's not a problem as it is. But the classical repertoire can't exist on its own. We still need new cores. I wanted to ask Mark Anthony Turnage, how does the composer work, the contemporary composer work? And if you say that you reject to work in this genre afterwards, why do you say that?
Well, I've had in my career, I've had, up until very recently, I've had a really great time working in opera. I've had great collaborations, I've worked with some wonderful singers, but increasingly I feel that people are interfering. It's a very strange phenomenon. There's a phenomenon now with workshopping, which I've been very much part of. I've used workshops in opera houses and stuff, but I have a feeling now that the composer, unlike the old days, is slightly suspected, and I think that there are sort of bad examples of composers when they've written operas that don't work, but I felt I've written at least 2 or 3 that have had, well, certainly my first opera, Greek, which I did in Germany, has been played a lot, and performed a lot, and directed different productions. But there's not a trust, and there's an interference, and this is partly why I decided maybe that I would not do it anymore, because I came up with an idea of something, and it was sort of rejected, which is fine, it does happen. I also was stabbed in the back by a director and a librettist. They'd walked on a show that I was doing, my last show. I felt very hurt, and I felt that that maybe I didn't want to work in opera anymore, and it's had a huge effect on me. And I'm mainly a composer who works with orchestras anyway, and I thought maybe I don't need this. The trouble is that I loved collaborating with large groups of people. I actually have had such a good time up until recently, and I suppose I fell out of love with opera. I didn't grow up with opera, but then I fell in love with opera. And because of a few things that happened fairly recently, I decided I didn't want to do any more of this. But recently, I also had a concert performance with the BBC Symphony Orchestra in England of my second opera, Silver Tassi, which had an incredible cast. And I thought, yeah, I do want to do this again. So I've sort of changed my mind. It's really very dangerous to make statements about giving up. I mean, it happens. People do this. Actors do this. I think the equivalent, actually, I'm obviously not James Bond, but I think that Daniel Craig was a good example where he said he'd never want to do it. And I understand that, because you get so fed up sometimes, and it's such hard work, and you say, I'd never want to be involved in this again. And then when you get less tired and you sort of, get your sleep back, and you suddenly thought, yeah, I do want to do this. But I think when the trust breaks down with somebody and you get let down, particularly by these 2 people who sort of went behind my back, I thought maybe I just leave this. I've written 4 operas, and I thought maybe I just leave it at that. So it's very complicated, and I think that it sounds like I'm being negative or bitter. I'm not, because I've only ever had good experiences until this point. So I've just got to try and ignore it.
Спасибо. На самом деле, я бы хотел адресовать
I wanted to address to Mark's very interesting utterance that this way to opera and this falling in love, it's not momental. When I was talking to George Benjamin, he was also saying that his way to opera was a long and progressive one and not spontaneous. I wanted to ask Raphaël Pichon that from the point of view of productions, of concerts, your repertoire is mainly concert. How did it come that you started working with scenic works, with opera works?
First of all, I just want to say thank you also for your invitation. Really inspiring to be
there with all of you. You're speaking about how to deal with new music to create operas. No.
What's your history with the opera? Did you fall in love immediately, or just you need time to discover the genre?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
It's something we finally came late. I'm not coming from a musician's family at all. It's total coincidence. And I had the chance, you know, in France there is this really special system, which is really great. It's special schools where you could do normal teaching in the morning and then only music during the afternoon. And one of these schools were just back of my street. So I started like that. And finally, I started to sing. I was 8. And because I started first with violin. But my violin teacher was someone really technical and never found the way to just touch me. And I never had this perhaps really important, crucial moment in your life of musician, just the experience of music, experience of sound, this sensitive experience. We could be really the base of your musician's life. And after that, the choral teacher of the school asked me, please, came in my boys' choir. You need to come to my boys' choir. And the idea to sing in a boys' choir was something really strange for me, but my father insisted for that. And I entered this boys' choir. It means singing in a church. It means, for the first time in your life, singing polyphony. And we started with the Bach Passion, the John Passion. And this experience was for me a real big shock. I mean, a physical shock. Physical shock because you discover just the magic of an acoustic. The magic of creating a sound together, not on your own with your violin. And of course, the magic of Bach. And finally, this amazing experience, we mixed beauty and sense, beauty and intelligence. And Bach, for that, it's perhaps one of the most exciting composers, because there is this balance between intelligence and heart. His music could touch you, even if you don't understand anything. But if you want to understand something of his music, you can spend your life to understand all the architecture of the music. And that was really the base. So finally, the sacred music and the vocal music was the starting point for me. Even if after that, it was a very unique occasion to discover what orchestra could create for you. And I discovered opera really later. And I need to say that finally I was waiting for the same, even a richer experience. It means beauty, intelligence, the way that a story could create a bridge with you and in your life. Sorry for my basic English, but you will help me, Anton. Créer des résonances uniques en vous entre la musique et votre vie.
Создать совершенно специальный как резонанс между вашей жизнью и музыкой, которой вы занимаетесь.
So that was finally the base for me to give me the sensation that there is still a very important work to do based on the idea of experience. Because perhaps opera could create something really unique, that it's the experience before the knowledge. And that's why perhaps opera is of course something for everyone. Because you don't need absolutely the knowledge before the experience. And perhaps the era of we could discuss many things about the tradition, but for me the most important is that experience before knowledge.
Это очень любопытно то, о чем.
That is very curious what Andrea, Breth and Raphaël Pichon say about the unique experience. Since we're now talking from the perspective of creators about collective experience, but there is another side, the audience. And Yulia Bederova has touched upon mythology of that audiences have these myths about opera being conservative or non-conservative. I wanted to ask Nicholas Payne, how important is that, the participation, and how it's important to consider the tastes of the audience to the state art of the opera, to consider the tastes of the audience to the industry. If you could comment on that, please. And the same question I would like to address to Mr. Langridge, Stephen Langridge, who makes operas, some site-specific operas, not only in big opera houses and in social contexts. How does it work?
You know, I think this music theatre has a lot to answer for. Before 1918, opera was an art in which the composer drove the car. The singer sat in the next front seat. And then along came Stanislavsky and Nemirovich-Danchenko and ruined it. Or perhaps they saved it. And it was a crucial development of this art necessary to create a rebirth. And as Andrea has said, it was followed by the work of Felsenstein in Berlin and elsewhere. And very interestingly, she cited a singer who also helped to transform it, Maria Callas. I guess I must be the only person in this room old enough to have heard Callas live, both as Traviata and as Medea, among other roles. And I would say that as a young boy, this was for me a transformative experience, and it opened the window to opera to someone who was not a very good musician, to be honest. But I think even Callas would have admitted that she owed a lot to her collaborators. The Traviata was developed with Luchino Visconti and Carlo Maria Giulini. The Medea was developed with Leonard Bernstein and Alexis Minotis. And they certainly contributed to the remarkable transformation she made of those roles. Although I would quarrel a little bit with Andrea in saying that the revised version that Callas sang was superior. Anyone who heard Nadja Mikhail sing the original version in Brussels, I would say this is, just by the DVD, it is overwhelming in a production by Valikovsky, and she is, her final scene is beyond beautiful. The interesting thing about the audience and about the accusations that opera is elitist or exclusive is, of course, that in the 20th century and now in the 21st, it is reaching far more people than it ever did in its golden age. We forget how few people actually went to opera because we read wonderful stories about Rossini's first nights and so on. But the invention of new technology, and I don't mean the internet, I mean the gramophone, television, regular broadcasts, and so on, and then the extraordinary post-World War II socio-democratic consensus that provided money that made ticket prices accessible to everyone has democratized opera. And now it has become a global phenomenon. And this funny thing invented in Italy at the end of the 16th century is very popular in Asia or South America or Australia or whatever. And I think at the heart of this why opera question is what is it doing to engage that audience? Last night, in the interval of the performance, I had a brief talk with the director of the British Council here in Moscow. And you may know that there has been a certain amount of political turmoil about the position of British Council in Moscow because of political reasons. But he said he loved being posted to Moscow more than anywhere else because here culture and the arts really mattered as part of society. And I think that in parts of Western Europe and America, it has become more remote in the last 10 or 20 years. And the case for saying the orchestra, the opera, or any kind of theatre must speak to the audience needs to be made. Gérard Mortier used to say that theatre was the most important of the arts because it was the most political. That it dealt with how man lives. And opera is, of course, nothing more than theatre. Or rather, it is a bit more. I mean, it's theatre with music. And whereas once that was rather simple, and the dramatist was simply the composer, with a number of subsidiary people like librettists who were very low down the order and easy to order around, Mark. It has become, and this is partly the fault of Stanislavsky Music Theatre, it has become more collaborative. And today, the composer is the first among equals, but he, or today also she, has to work with a group of people, and the director, no doubt about it, is an increasing part of that. When I first worked in opera, I worked with, this was before the Iron Curtain and so on. And I was lucky enough to work with a number of directors from the German Democratic Republic. Joachim Herz, Harry Kupfer, Ruth Berghaus, and we brought them to my company, Welsh National Opera, in those days. And the thing that I remember above everything else was they thought of it in terms of how the audience would react. And Herz, who was a martinet, I mean, he was terrifying. And he would insist on absolute precision and so on in every movement, and insisted on 8-10-week rehearsal periods. I mean, nothing like Felsenstein, of course, but it was double what was normally offered. And we said, yeah, you can have it if you want. But he was always looking back on how will that little tiny movement contribute to the audience's appreciation of what is happening to Madame Butterfly or whatever. And it was a very good lesson to learn. And I think there is sometimes a danger, no, there is often a danger, that we who are too involved in opera are too self-regarding. that we do it for ourselves. And no, I'm not accusing you. I'm grouping you with, but no, I'm accusing managers like myself that we talk to a bubble of people who like opera, all of you, without realizing that any art has to engage with a wider society. Even those people who choose not to go to it need to sense that opera is saying something important, just as art is, or drama, or movies. And I think there is a danger, and I was going to ask Vladimir, do you think there is a danger that our heritage is now too rich? And that it has elbowed out what is new. If you think of movies, you know, we all love old films, you know, Eisenstein or Carnet or whatever, but the great majority of films that people see are ones made last year. The great majority of operas that people see are ones made 2 centuries ago.
Yeah, why opera is a question which we who love opera get asked a lot, especially if we're not in the bubble that Nicholas is talking about friends who already love opera. And certainly I found myself in that position often. And it's forced me to think about not only why opera, what is opera, and that's led me to some thoughts about what are human beings, and just sort of go back to look at what human beings are, what we are, what defines us as different from the rest of the animal kingdom. And people used to think that it was language that separated humans from other beasts, but it does seem that some of the higher primates have some basic form of language beyond squeaks and cries of terror. So that doesn't really mark us as different. And then people thought that it's to do with abstract thinking. In other words, you see a job that needs to be done and you make a tool to make another tool to do the job. So this is abstract thought. But again, there are animals that do that, so I'm afraid that doesn't help in the definition of what is a human being. But the one thing that we do that no other animals share with us is that we make culture. We reflect on our place in the world, on our hopes and our fears and our dreams through culture, through music and through stories. And if you start to think about what an opera is in its purest form, because I think it's a spectrum, it seems to me it's a story enacted and sung. That's it, really. And that means that opera, if you accept my definition, exists in every single culture all over the world at all times, unless it's been banned by some idiot religious or political extremists. It exists everywhere. It's completely natural. It's the most accessible thing. And I was struck with what Raphaël was saying about music going into the soul, into the heart, before it meets the intellect. And thinking that, of course, probably for us, song does indeed come before language. Many of the earliest and most intimate forms of communication are through song. Your mother sings you a lullaby. You don't analyze the text. That's your first communication. That's the real thing. That's the relationship through song. It seems to me that the development then of the idea of, let's call it music theatre for a minute, because we all get so hung up and into discussions about whether something's conservative or bourgeois or whatever when we use the word opera, which after all only means work. Then this natural form becomes a completely accessible and necessary part of what we are and what we need. I needed to do that kind of work because sometimes I've been involved in a lot of what we call participation work, and that's where the barrier between you are audience, you are performers gets porous and things start to move between the two. Mark and I first worked together in prison. Just pause for a little gasp of horror there for a minute. We weren't in prison together. There's all those parking fines, Mark. And we made up what I think are operas together with a bunch of people who are in prison for their whole lives. And it wasn't difficult. It's easy because people need it. It's absolutely essential, and anybody who's denied access to culture is being dehumanized, and this is a very, very dangerous thing to do, to dehumanize a whole area of population, and it is a human right, as we know from the Universal Declaration. Culture's in there. And because making a story which reflects on your lives, whoever you are with, can be done easily, immediately, and somebody who pops in and listens to the result might not say, ah, that's an opera. Who cares? I mean, really, who cares? There's lots of great pieces that we can deal with, but my fundamental point is that opera or music theatre is an essential part of who we are, essential part of our society. And we diminish that. That's a dangerous thing to do.
Спасибо большое. Но когда вы говорите
Thank you so much. But when you talk about a lullaby, first we don't understand words, but then we begin to work it out and understand. And in this sense, opera arises some troubles. I wanted to ask Nicholas Payne and Nadja Mikhail, as a soloist, the language on which the score is performed. How is it important to sing opera on the original language, or a translation to the language of the audience? Is it's adjustable, it's acceptable, it's appropriate? What would be your commentaries on that?
It's changed, hasn't it? Yeah, I think the demise of opera in the language of the audience has created a serious barrier. Nadja may disagree with me, she's a good linguist, and so on, but I think it is one of the attributes that makes it exclusive, despite the clever introduction of overhead captions. I was earlier this week in Paris, and on a jury, and one of the people on the jury was Slovakian, and she said last night she'd heard Rusalka at the Paris Opera. And I naughtily said to her, did you understand it? Because she speaks fluent Czech. And she said, no, I needed the surtitles. Because, of course, it was sung by a largely non-Czech cast in garbled Czech. It would have been much better sung in French. I suspect that some of the Italian sung in some Russian theatres is pretty terrible. Despite all the wonderful training in schools that people have. I know from my own experience that it was revelatory for me to hear Chekhov done by Russian actors in Russian. I don't speak Russian at all, but with the aid of things and knowing the plays of Chekhov reasonably well, it gave me a whole new insight into it to hear those Russian actors do it. But you would not dream of putting on Chekhov at the National Theatre in London in any language other than English. And surely this must work the other way round for you. If you do Shakespeare here with Russian actors, you do it in Russian, surely. And as I said before, opera is only theatre.
Nadja?
Unfortunately, I don't agree.
I hope you don't agree.
I don't agree. But first of all, I want to say I have 2 children, and they grew traveling with me the world. And with them, I grew up without classical music. So they grew in the middle of classical music, of opera. And for them, it was funny for me to watch, because for them, it became like comic strip. Like other people would watch The Simpsons or whatever, they would watch Fidelio and then draw pictures, and they would say, when we were in Italy, they were watching Salome, and somebody would say, "Oh, but you're so small. How can you see this?" And they would, "What is this? Just played. It's not real." You know, they understood, and they integrated it in their life. So I think essential to break the barrier is to make it just as water or as movies, or I think movies are the main cultural events now, or musical, and opera should be like the same, accessible. But now back to the language. Through the years, I have sang, for instance, a lot of Don Carlos in Eboli, in the Italian language. And then finally came a production at the Vienna States Opera, and it was in French. It was the original version. And studying this and working on it, I was stunned. It just blew me away, because all of a sudden I understood the musical structure. It was not written for Italian. It became, in my taste, then studying it in French and working on it, all of a sudden I felt that it was quite brutal and against the written melisma music, singing it in Italian. And now, as my repertoire is quite elaborate, I sing in Czech, I sing in Hungarian, Bluebeard's Castle. I've sung, very honored that I could sing Katarina is Mad About Here, and of course it was like a horrible, horrible work to put my head into Hungarian, into Czech, Emilia Marti or Katja Kalban, we spoke before about that. But working on the language, and I took lessons to understand the structure of the language and to have like a basic knowledge, and then to transform every sentence in my language to understand the tiniest color in this foreign language for me. But how can you even, I mean, Bluebeard's Castle, I can't really imagine, you know, every language has a certain melisma, a certain color, a certain line, and to put that in German, it is like ruining Michelangelo. I don't know. You know, I can't even imagine. So I'm really going for the original language, especially because I believe very much that, let's say, people who are not living with opera, they don't understand anyhow. They don't understand what people sing on stage. They always need words. They just don't understand it because it's very, very, it is difficult, I think.
So, Nadja, I have the same opinion as you have, but I even would go further. We did a modern opera written by Wolfgang Riem, and we did Médée. And in Médée, we had singers coming from Australia, from Russia, from France, from Germany, and everybody sang in French, and they spoke in French, and it was horrifying. And horrifying, I can't tell you. We just really almost died because of the pronunciation. And the point is not only whether you speak French with a good accent, what I'm sure you do, but a lot of singers, I'm sorry to say, they don't pronounce. And a lot of actors don't pronounce or don't think. And this is one of the problems why we think it doesn't work in, what's your opinion, to understand when you have the original language. Once I did Smetana, and we did it in German, and when I had the first run-through of the opera, the rhythm of the opera didn't work, not at all. It went like this, and the opera was spoiled. So now I remember what I wanted to say to you. Concerning composing, I think there's a big, big mistake that we don't look after modern operas. I think we have to, because when we imagine Mozart once started and nobody liked him. But now we have Mozart, Mozart, Mozart. I love Mozart and I think it's important to listen to Mozart, but our task is also to listen and learn to listen to modern music. We only have 2 or 3 performances because we're afraid that the audience doesn't come, but you have to learn to listen to it. And I totally agree, the composer is the first one. Then we need someone who is able to write the libretto. And the third one is the conductor plus the director, not the conductor and then the director. I think it's very necessary that conductor and director work together very, very close. So I was really deeply impressed what you said about music, because I think this is the advantage of music. You can never reach it in a spoken theater, never, because music touches you far away from words. Actors, when they go to operas, they cry, because they will never have the applause of a singer.
Можно я просто коротко скажу по поводу языка?
Can I say briefly about the language? I think we should treat this quite indifferently, because talking about the first operas that we inherited from Caccini and or operas of Bradina or Milhas's operas, or those of our modern authors, they're only united by the word opera. As Stephen has said, as Stephen has mentioned, that it just translates as works. And in all other relations, they differ. And when we say about the production, where the primary line is the musical line, then first of all should follow the music that dictates the architecture and the emotional system of relationships and connections. For example, talking about movies of Lars von Trier, I love watching them in Danish, although I don't understand the language, but I can't perceive the actors without through the titles or through translation. The same works of Tarkovsky and movies of Tarkovsky would work only in Russian for me. Talking about the opera, when we talk about comedies, when we say can an opera be frivolous, yes, it can be frivolous. I would say that comedies should be put up in the language of the audience. Because, for example, judging from my experience of the Glendabra Festival, Vladimir was my first production there, and we put it up with English director Stephen Lawless. And he's a very witty man, and he feels humor very well. And of course, we put up Strauss in German with German dialogues. And Thomas Allen, Hagen God were the soloists. They had no accent in German. And our Lyubov Petrova also coped very well with the role of Adele. But everyone left after a pause, or sometimes in advance, several minutes in advance, depending on how the operator of surtitles worked. And it was very complicated for me to work with the orchestra, because in the production everything is based on the humor, that is based on some spontaneous situations. You know, the musicians should understand the text itself. And in Klagenfurt in Berlin, they know this text by heart. And going to the orchestra pit or going out of the orchestra pit, they just sing it along the day. And my musicians, and just 2.5 people, persons that understood the text. So they just played the notes, mere notes. And several years later, we made a revival, and I insisted on making an introduction to English, and Stephen Lawless made an interpretation, a translation. And here my musicians started to smile. And it was never like that before. It is a very important and significant question, and Vladimir is really right that we should differentiate our attitude, not only judging whether it's a comedy or a tragedy, but in some concrete cases, I had a rule, say, that if it's a popular name, then it should be staged on the language of original, and when it's new, so that it has, so it would want its adapts, it should be staged at with the language, with translated language. And what are the advantages of the original language? First of all, I say that the composer was thinking and composing in this language. He was inspired by this verse and by these pauses, by this sonority, this musicality of language. But in real practice, we very frequently encounter that the language of the original is performed not in the country of origin. And that's why it's performed differently, and sometimes, yes, with a lot of flaws. It happened so that during 1 month I was seeing Lady Macbeth of Mtsansk in English in London. And it was a beautiful production. Everyone, all the artists, all the cast understood what they're doing, and they had superior contact with the audience. Then I saw in Salzburg Boris Godunov production, where, as Andrea was telling recently, everyone had their different Russian language, and usually it was bad. And I would dare to say that people didn't understand why they're singing, what they're pronouncing. Moreover, I think that from the stage when operas were translated, and an opera existed at that time on a different level, I guess that today we're going to be going back to that problem. But we should be talking about a different level of quality at our modern times. When we perform in the language of the original, it demands a lot of work, a lot of hard work of the cast. It is a lot of work for adopting and digesting this story and understanding the mentality. Because you need to become an Italian when you perform an Italian opera, or become a German, become a French person. And when you put up a French opera and you do it in Russian, it's not enough just to have a good translation. Because we would say that we should admit that the majority of translations made in Russia in the 20th century, they're just horrible. It's not enough for example, Traviata in Russian or Carmen in Russian. They should be stories of Russian life, because language is a beast, is a mighty beast, and it adopts the story. It's more than just a story. It means that this Carmen, Stephen was mentioning how they put up performances and operas in prison. I would say there is an ideal place to put up Carmen, because the people understand what is knife, what is death, and many other motifs that happen in this opera. And if we talk about Katya Kabanova that is put up in Russian, it should be a story, it should reflect a plot out of Russian life. What Akira Kurosawa made when doing the Idiot film. The only Russian element was snow that was all the time covering Japan. And the film was phenomenal. They really adopted this story, truly. Thank you so much. We have the first row, and our guests that are exclusive, because there are sitting directors of theaters, Dmitry Bertman, Alexander Petrov. Perhaps you can say something about the contact with the audience and the contact with the audience in some of the aspects. First of all, I'm glad to see everyone here, to see my friends. I think that the profession of a director is a profession in solitude, in a chamber. It's important that today we're in the theater that had given to the world the notion of director's opera. I grew up in these walls, and it means that this space is really important for me. And I was buying tickets for 30 kopecks. Arkady Samolovich was the administrator, and sometimes he was just letting me go for free to see the performance. I remember that when I was in the 3rd grade, it was raining, and my mom didn't allow me coming here. And I was thinking, I'm now here at the kitchen, and Mimi is dying there. I remember this idea crossing my mind. And Mimi died without me, I should tell you, despite everything. For me, it was important that it's taking place here. Talking about the communication, it's hard to say. I love opera so much. When I was 16, I came into the institute, theatrical institute, and Pokrovsky and Ansimov and Akulov were my teachers. And I fell in love with opera that couldn't do without it. And in the 1990, when the Soviet Union crumbled, I finished school. Perhaps our guests don't understand and don't remember how horrible that time was, but perhaps Vladimir Jurowski can recall this time that we witnessed in the 90s. And it happened that I wasn't employed, because we didn't have a lot of theaters, just few. At least three. I was putting up performances in Syktyvkar, again, where there are a lot of convicts, in Tver, in Odessa. Even in dramatic theater in Tver, I put up. So I decided to create a theater with 5 of my colleagues. Everyone became a celebrity. there was a huge problem with the audience at that time because it was people feared to go on the streets and to be walking in the street in the 90s. And so the first performance, the premiere, was among critics and among our relatives and friends. And for the second performance, no one showed up. We had a performance and we realized that no one is coming. Then we hear the steps. And we started laughing. What if one person comes? Would we do it? One viewer? Would we perform? Yes, we had only two viewers. It was Richter and Dorliak, but it was a historic event for us. And further on, it progressed, and I realized that I started my foreign career again with Vladimir Jurowski. Stage Door Agency has employed me. And I had some foreign productions, almost 70, put up almost 70 productions in Europe. And I'm really a happy person because I've launched a theater from the start. Now it's a big theater that sells tickets very well. Could you tell me how you work with the audience? No, I do it in a closed chamber. I don't know how to explain the system of selling the tickets. I would say love of manager to the audience. No, the main problem is love, because when love just vanishes, the turmoil starts. When people start talking about economical crisis, sanctions, it's nothing compared to moral crisis. And moral crisis, it is more killing. So we should cultivate love and cherish love. And when the administrator or press loves their work and what they are doing, then audience and people come to buy tickets. I would say that the best indicator of your work and the quality of work, if when you ask one of the cast or a soloist, what is good? What would you like to watch? What was good in your performance? What is good in the repertoire of your theater? And if an artist and the soloist says what is good and indicates what is interesting, then it's a good indicator. I would say that when you perform at the language of the original, it's just necessary. Judging from all the categories that Alexander has mentioned. I wanted to do several examples. When Valery Gergiev asked me to do Figaro marriage at Mariinsky in Russian, the text that was translated by Tchaikovsky, and he wanted to use this text. But for him it was most important that there were quotes from Tchaikovsky. And then I started to working with the cast. I saw revelation in many eyes of the actors, because they discovered so many news for them, so many surprises. They didn't know before what they were singing about. And when we were putting up the bed in Mariinsky Theatre, and we had a coach, mom of one of the students, and she was coaching the language. And it had a great success, but one of the viewers came up to us and said, "Who was that idiot who decided to put it up in German? You had it such a wonderful bet in Russian." I wanted to say a few words about yesterday's premiere also. A lot of the issues, ideas for discussion that I mentioned in the program, in the bill for the discussion today, many of these issues are resolved in the premiere that we watched yesterday. First question, do we need contemporary music, modern music? Yes, we do, and we listen to that during the entire acts, entire 2 acts. And we see influential work of the director. We see the dramatic work of the director. Where should the director dissolve, in the score or in the music? We see what the director does at the scene, and we see that this is the score alive. And we know that we understand it, and it's very specific that the musical director makes this performance. You notice it and you grasp it from every moment of this performance. We don't even realize how close is it to our nature, what we listen to. I recall the film that is called The Writing is Found in Saragossa, but it had a lot of irony from the start. Though here the ironic part in the yesterday play that is in the Italian sphere emerges out of a sudden. Before it used to be perceived seriously. I would say that a lot of questions that were raised yesterday. Yesterday we saw some possible resolution, some very specific resolution of how modern score, modern directorship could be all combined and implemented in one performance. I've never seen such attention to modern opera as I saw yesterday. I guess you realize, Alexandra, that not the majority of the audience that is here saw yesterday's premiere. I have a question that is also dealing with modern state-of-art opera houses and state-of-art opera, and continuing the question of languages. I know that there are a lot of other mechanisms. I would like to ask Raphaël Pichon about some other mechanisms and ways and means that he uses to enrich the repertoire and to ask more and more modern composers work with operas. And how did you work with Katie Mitchell at Miranda and at Tracht? Because these are very special. This is a very special project with special structure.
First of all, if you agree, I just want to come back to the original question and perhaps just come back to something a bit more instinctive. Means that if you, for instance, go to Ethiopia in the middle of the desert, and if you are suddenly touched by a song sung by someone in the middle of the desert, and you don't know anything about the language, of course, if you translate that song into your native language, the result is not the same. I'm talking about the music of the words. And I think it's something so important in an opera. It means that, of course, there is the words, the libretto, there is the music, and then there is the music of the words. It means for me that if you translate an opera into another language, of course, it could be more easy, but it could be more easy for pragmatical things. It means it could be more easy for the story, many different informations, but finally you destroy one dimension of the music. It means that, of course, has, as you said before, the composer imagined the music. It's so connected with the language. It's so connected with the music of the world. One more time. For instance, I would say that perhaps two examples. First, magic flute, Zauberflöte. I think many things change a lot since 20 or 30 years. It means that we accepted more and more that the spoken texts of the magic flute are part of the score, I mean part of the music. That the collaboration between Schikaneder and Mozart is so important that if you don't put on stage the spoken text or part of the spoken text, you miss perhaps one dimension or half of the score, because it's also music. And I think we grew up a lot with that since 20 or 30 years. It means that we understood that, of course, it needs more work. It needs more efforts from the singers. But if you look at, for instance, in Vienna, at the end of the 18th century, I don't believe that all the audience was speaking a perfect Italian. Of course, they were able to understand part of the language, and they have crucial and key images from the words. But when Mozart wrote for the first time Figaro or not Don Giovanni, when it was done in Prague or in Vienna, the most important part was incarnation. It means this magic mix between music, words, acting. You know what I mean? And of course the language is perhaps the crucial point of that. It means that for me, it's one more time more easy to translate, and it asks many more efforts from the performers, from the director, from the conductor. Also to imagine how to make life, to give life into the recitatives, for instance. And Mozart is a good example one more time. But even if it asks for more effort, it's more easy to translate, but you lose part of the soul of the music, and you lose a dimension of this experience. One more time, the idea of experience, and the experience needs to be total with the original language, I think.
Vladimir, Jurowski.
I would like to pass the floor to Dima first to comment on the language. Yes, I would say a few words about the language. We rarely mentioned our genius, Boris Pakrovsky, the great director, who lived and worked when the country was a locked one. That's why he's known beyond the borders, because he staged there, but not that much. So he said once, when a dog barks, we perfectly understand whether she's playing with us or whether she will bite us, because a dog has an active actor's intonation. Same about the language. If a performance is staged superbly, then the language will never be in the way. We will not need it. We will understand it anyways. Nothing will matter. So the side dish is no longer important, because the meat of the performance is the performer. When Nadja Michal says on stage, I don't mind how she is dressed and what is behind her, because she is the driver of the drama that we are watching. That's why it's so valuable. But when Nadja is also beautifully dressed, and designer has prepared a beautiful plate to serve the performance, of course the dessert is more tasteful. But the dish itself should be made of very high quality cream and yolks. That is, That's about the language. And Nicholas Payne, my longtime friend, I have a proposal to you. That is a fact that Boris Pokrovsky created a science, and the books he wrote are much smarter than our conversations. He did write about it all. So I have a proposal. Should we initiate a project after this conference and publish at least one book of Pokrovsky in English for the rest of the world? Because Pokrovsky's work has not been translated, and it would be phenomenal. Right? Volodya, do you agree? Phenomenal. Sometimes we come to a city, I apologize for lingering away, it's not from the operatic world. In Russia there is a city that used to be very rich. I would not call the name, otherwise it will have a political resonance. It used to be a very, very rich city with a great governor who built this town in place of prisons, mosquitoes. He built a wonderful picture gallery where he acquired masterpieces of Western art. He built museums, concert halls with organs. Pavarotti, Cecilia Bartoli traveled there. Best artists and orchestras performed there. Then the governor was replaced. The politics of the city changed, and I happened to visit it for one day. I felt like Sharikov of Bulgakov's novel ruled, where Pavarotti's poster was. There's no light, no lamps, no bulbs, no movie theaters. Where there used to be a wonderful hotel, now there is a rest house. So the streets remind of a phantom, something like a mysterious city. That is what I want to say about the role of a personality on which everything depends. Traviata, performances, theaters, orchestras, a personality to write it. That is the most important, I believe. I apologize, I have to go to save the art.
Dima was telling about the history of one Russian city, and when you mention it, the issues of the language become so insignificant. But anyway, I want to get back to what I mentioned before. We should differentiate our attitude, an old attitude to our past and our present. Even modern contemporary opera can be composed in a foreign language on purpose. For example, Robert Wilson says that artists can play well when they don't understand the language. For example, Leonid Desatnikov has written not an operatic, but a very interesting work that is called The Sacred Winter, The Rite of Winter, where he animated, let's say, the course book of the English language, and you could realize what type of text it contained. Like Pushkin is a great poet, London is the capital of Great Britain, this type of text. But what is the idea behind it? I liked it a lot because it emerged in the same beautiful garden where my colleague Raphaël lives, out of the Baroque music, because Leonid Desatnikov is a great fan and admirer of Baroque opera. He mentioned in his interview that it's not easy for him to put up with the reality, and that's why the majority of time he spends with his headphones listening to music. And He said that this Russian language that people were speaking at the time and this English that is so artificial, these are like hieroglyphs and characters taken from the Egyptian pyramids, as if you're singing not something real, as if you're singing a Baroque opera. I would really enjoy putting up and staging such an opera. Perhaps it would be interesting to talk to Danchenko to elaborate on this idea. I would say the composers treated their own works differently. Wagner was a librettist and the director. He insisted that language is significant, and he confirmed Langridge's translations before his premiere in Bologna. He was reading the translation and confirming it, approving it. Mozart changed his opera and added some areas for Don Ramiro because there was a good mezzo-soprano soloist, Bedřich Smetana, that called himself Friedrich Smetana, created an opera called Verkaufte Braut that then was called a bride, and it exists with recitatives, as opera with recitatives, not of a very good quality, I would say, because only Czech people can pronounce it, or only Slovak people can, but still. And I would say that one of really outstanding directors, Gary Kupfer, with whom I succeeded working, and I started my work in Komisch opera with him. And since I started before that here in the alma mater of the musical theatre, and those who worked with Stanislavsky and Nemirovich-Danchenko traditions, Kupfer, who came here in 1978, perhaps, he put up Threat from Siral, and Kupfer has put it up in Russian. And when he came back, he said, I would never think that Mozart can be so good in Russian. If I could stage it at my theater in Russian, I would really do that in Russian. In Commission Opera at that moment, it was only staged in German. I'm so happy that we're talking about not conceptual, but very technical issues right now. Julia Bederova, you wanted to add something? I wouldn't say that, my last comment, that I wouldn't say that this is not a technical issue, but we're dealing here with what Alexander mentioned, whether people comprehend or don't understand the opera. If we agree with Stephen that opera is a space of culture, and once we agree forever that Traviata in Russia should be a story about Russia, and Carmen with its killing should be a story for convicts, I wanted to mention that not only killers and bad people are sitting in prison sometimes. Anyway, when we agree on it, we are in the middle of the discussion and discussing our dependency. Because opera house wants the audience to understand it. It depends a lot on whether the conditions allow people to comprehend it. We're talking that opera should be understandable and perceivable, though Raphaël mentioned one very important thing, that it gives knowledge and gives some material for growing, for enriching its knowledge, for encompassing. And sometimes the audience wants to see something strange, something new. We have a break for 30 minutes, And in 30 minutes, we come back to Raphaël and his collaboration with Katie Mitchell and the work of creating new scores with Katie Mitchell.
Да. Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем нашу работу. У нас...
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue our work. We are glad to welcome to our discussion one of the key directors for today's opera world, Romeo Castellucci. Romeo, can you hear us? Do you hear translation?
You don't hear the translation, you just hear my voice, right? Raphaël? Do you have any translation or just hear my voice?
Can you hear translation?
Are you speaking with me? Are you talking with me?
I'm talking with you.
It's not so clear. Your voice is quite confused.
Okay, I'll try. Okay, and you don't have translation, you just hear my voice, right?
Could you hear translation?
I can listen to your voice, but it's blur. There are a lot of reverberation. And I cannot understand 100% what you are saying.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Can you hear me better here?
That is much.
Fantastic.
Much.
Okay. I'll talk to you at the computer.
Much better. Yes.
Everyone see you, and you will talk to the audience. Okay. Thank you for joining our talk. We have a beautiful panel that you may probably don't see, but they see you. We have a panel.
On me. Now is yes.
Okay. We have Andrea, Breth, director.
Yeah.
We have Vladimir, Jurowski, conductor. We
Yeah.
have Stephen Langridge, director. Nadja, singer. Nicholas Payne, director of Opera Europe. Raphaël, Pichon, conductor. We have Alexander Titel, director. Mark Turnage, composer. And Bederova, critics. Yeah. So, and you joined this panel for this talk. Thank you for joining us. And
thank you too.
Yeah, I would love to ask you the first question. From your perspective, what should the ideal opera director should know, and how he should move to the work? How he should start the work?
You mean the director?
The director of the opera.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm happy to be here with you, with all of you, with such a good company, and I want also to apologize for my terrible English that actually doesn't exist. I speak very, very, very bad in English. So forgive me, and then I can try to organize an answer to you. In my opinion, the opera belongs to the music world, and music has an immense power over me. In front of the music, I'm every time, at every level, in front of the music, I'm sick. So music brings to me in a very deep level that I cannot reach with my reason. So The opera bring both, in one side, the music that represent the emotion. We can also speak about an obscure emotion, dark, because it's not reasonable. In the other side, at the level of the libretto, we have information. So at the same time, in the same object, we have in one side emotion, in the other side information. So the task of the director, in my opinion, is to be lost in music, in emotion, like when you enter in a dark forest, you're lost. And in the other hand, thinking about il libretto, the dramaturgy, you have to study a lot. Because we have to organize, to bipolar the work on opera, because it's a matter of abandon. You are abandoned in the stream of the music, in the stream of the emotion, but we have to organize the form. Everything is a problem about forms, and that's my opinion. But we have to save this strangeness. We have to save. We have to conceive even more this strangeness. So my duty to perform, my duty, my task as a director is to wake up the form of an emotion. Not any formula, any methods, in my opinion. So, can you hear me? No.
Sorry, the line is bad.
Lose the connection.
Sometimes if you turn the video, from this angle. This is the life of the International Opera people.
Probably.
Their families. This is how we live our lives. It's true.
Yeah.
We've lost the line.
Can you hear me?
We don't hear you.
Yeah, I know.
Can I call you back?
Probably.
Can I call you back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
My children used to pretend to do this when I was directing in another country, and I'd be talking to them, and they would start going, "Hey, and then I would see someone walking across the back, so I
Hello?
knew they were lying."
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, I can. Yes, I cannot, it's difficult. It's strange because half an hour ago was perfect, the connection. Can you hear me?
No, not quite well, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's a pity because Half an hour ago was perfect, the connection. Now I don't know what happened.
Yeah, if we turn off the video and we just talk through the audio,
yes,
would it
yes.
be all right for you?
Exactly.
Now we can.
Absolutely. Even yeah.
Yeah. Could you just please tell what you're talking before when we lost the line?
Okay. I don't remember. Let's try. Let's try again. No, I just I said that in my opinion, music is a kind of illness. I'm a victim every time at every level of the music. So, in my opinion, the task of the director is to be, one side, to be abandoned in the stream, in the river of emotion, bring it by the music, and in the other hand, my task is to work on the text, the dramaturgy of the libretto. That is my architecture, the skeleton of my work, in which I can re-give a form to the music. The music is work as in a very deep level below the language. The libretto, it represents the human language, narration, story. But music, it works like psychoanalysis. It's speaking in an obscure way to us. So, in my opinion, the direction have to consider both aspects. In one side, this obscurity of the strength of the music, that is like it's like to be lost, like a child in a dark forest. But in the other hand, we have to manage all of this, making and organizing a form. Everything is about the form. The form is a key word in theater. And so, it's a lot about study. We have to study a lot. I believe in the philology. I believe in philosophy. I think it's necessary to have a philosophical approach in front of an opera. And then, of course, it's the emotion and the sensation, the fact that we are human among other humans. The music, it's able to express itself. But music in opera, it needs a form, a geometry in some way. Can you hear me?
Yeah, quite well. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. By the way, we've just talking about the language, whether the opera should be made in original language or it may be translated in other languages. Do you have what's your opinion on this topic? Should we keep the original language, or we may translate the opera, this score?
In my opinion, the original language is the best because it belongs to the conception of the author. Language is already a music, so it's a music in music. So, in my opinion, it's make more sense to to save the original language. Even because now, today, with all the tools, with the video projection, with the subtitles, it's so easy to understand the story. So that is my opinion.
Yeah, and talking about the knowledge that the theater and opera directors should have, do you think that the dramaturge, a collaborator, a researcher, a person who brings the knowledge to the director is necessary? Do you have one, or you work well alone, and how the research process is built and made?
I think it's absolutely necessary to have a companion, and I work regularly with Pier Sandra Di Matteo, and we have to work together, shoulder by shoulder, because we have to have a kind of strategy. We have to solve a problem. And so, for that reason, it's absolutely necessary a study, a research, a very deep research in in a philological approach. You have to know, because you know, when you prepare an opera, it's a kind of the enemy field. Okay. So we have to fight. We have to forget everything once on the stage. It's just a tool. Then we have to falling in a new shape. The dramaturgy is a way to wake up an opera from all the habitude. Yes, yeah.
I'll ask the same question other directors who are present in our panel. Andrea, Breth, what do you think? Does the director, the opera director, should have a dramaturge to work on a new piece?
Certainly. It's very necessary to have one dramaturg, but also the conversation with the stage designer and the costume maker. We all have to work together.
Александр Титель, вы считаете, что нужен драматург оперному режиссеру?
Ну, мне не довелось работать.
I never used to work with a dramaturg. I used to work with the score. But the progress of the opera in time shows that before the set designer was doing both the costumes and the set, and now we have a separate costume designer, or now we have light designer, and so the spectrum becomes differentiated, and the experience we have with working, that we have experience working with dramaturg, helps the director find and research new senses, new meanings. And I think it's the necessity of time. Basically, it's the choice of the director. Some directors can do without dramaturgs. Some cannot. Sometimes I get suggestions from dramaturgs that are not feasible. They are dealing with some very minor details. They find a small detail in the text and try to inflate it, but it doesn't correspond to the core, so I have some precautions. Anton, and I'm a dramaturg, can I answer? My name is Mikhail Mugenstein. Concerning the dramaturg, and since I collaborated with Ekaterina Dedova, with director Ekaterina Dedova in the new opera, I have experience not only as a professional dramaturg. This is a person who is helping with the cultural or socio-political context. Secondly, dramaturg is a person who is responsible for the confrontation of the moment, this provocative nature of the moment of work between conductor, composer, and director. This is like a nourishing liquid for the director, like nurturing element. This is a person who brings armory to the night. Dramaturg, it's not an artist. He works behind the scenes in obscure chamber. But this is dream work. This is really dream work. And concerning the round table as a whole, first of all, I want to congratulate the theatre on the premiere, on yesterday's premiere of the World's Opera. And I want to congratulate the Golden Mask Festival and the theatre on collecting all these esteemed guests together. In the 18th century, classics of literature said that this is a delightful coincidence that we have all these people all together, that this is absurd phenomena has collected everyone of us here. A famous example, for example, libretto. In Verdi's opera, the gun just falls and kills the main heroine. And people say that's not how it's in life, it's not real. But why does Verdi takes this libretto situation? Because in opera, the director is seeking some sacred truth, emotional sacred truth, some intensive, emotional intensive character or situation, or to make it utterly romantic and extremely concentrated. This is a different story of life. This is a different scene totally. That's why Verdi is interested in such non-real and imaginative elements as gun falling and killing a person right away. But we shouldn't contradict it. This is the nature of it, bringing this emotional, intense element, this stirring up this tension. And I pay my respects to the jubilee, the 100th jubilee of this theatre. But I wanted to debate the previous position that there was nothing before 1918. 1918 was the time when the institution was established. But before 1918, Meyerhold created a wonderful performance. And Wagner researchers just love all these productions of Meyerhold and study it thoroughly. There were 4 other performances by Meyerhold. Meyerhold, sorry, you had a concrete question. Can I limit your time a little bit so that you would be answering precisely the question, but not involving other people into the conversation? The question was about the dramaturgy, first of all. Sorry.
Может ли драматург, мы убедились, а теперь я еще понял.
Is the dramaturg necessary? Yes, of course, and also we need a commissar. please don't offend the muse of the history Cleo. What happened before the Stanislavsky, there were attempts to organize life in the musical theatre, but the majority of these attempts were very spontaneous and hazardous, but some managed to make a system out of it, particularly Verdi, who worked with his soloists, and we know how he achieved the preciseness of the intonation, of the gesture from his artists. And I would say that Richard Wagner really made progress in that because he was a dramaturg and librettist and a genius director, because the directorship as an art at the times of Wagner didn't exist. But we know how he was working and how he achieved his success with the artist, and a lot of how many effort has he put. But generally in the 20th century, the functions were divided. There were some narrow specializations that appeared. Composers used to be conductors. Felix Mendelssohn and then Wagner. But later on, technically, the technical requirements increased, technical demands increased, and Wagner perhaps wasn't capable to conduct the performance in the conditions that we have now today. In the conditions of the Baroque opera, he managed to do it. But later on, this narrow realm of functions that appeared, and this split of functions that now we have a director and a conductor and composer and dramaturg, and all these professions appeared. This is dramaturg is a phenomenon of the German theatre. In Soviet times, it used to be called the head of literature department. I think each one of us needs an interlocutor, a partner. For a conductor, it's the director who is his partner. For a conductor, it's necessary to have a director who can talk about theatre with him. That's why. But this rarely happens, and I see that a lot of directors come with their dramaturgs, with their partners whom they know already, and it makes it easier, this collaboration, more smooth. Please, can we ask Raphaël one more question until he stays with us?
Well, opera is a passion. Even the slightest questions provokes a lot of emotions here. I have just one more question. We were discussing actually dramaturge, and there are different opinions whether dramaturge is needed to the opera and to the director or not. My question is about another collaborator in the opera project. What is the balance between the conductor and the director? Who is the boss on the stage? How happened this collaboration for you in your theater, in your practice?
But that is quite a crucial question because I think that the conductor and the director have to be brothers. They have to work absolutely together. I want to share from the first day in rehearsal all my ideas, and I want to listen to him about every musical aspect that I don't know. So we have to be, I think, yes, brother, in front of tremendous danger. The director and the conductor are two kids in front a long way, a long path in front of an adventure that they have to share. I believe in a short words. I believe in this collaboration. Sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes it's impossible because of the ego, not mine, actually. But no, but you know, ego destroys theater. Because the ego is always in the first level, and you cannot you can recognize the ego of I don't know, everyone, and that for me is a big problem, because if you have an ego, you have not a good form, not a good show, not a good opera. So I believe in this kind of collaboration.
So you don't keep your ego on the stage.
It's forbidden. It's completely forbidden.
Okay, so
it's theater is an anti-biographic shape.
Okay, Romeo, thank you very much for this contribution.
Thank you to you.
And I like that we stopped at this ethical point.
Yeah. Okay, thank you to you and good work.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Ciao, 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 amici.
Кто-нибудь хочет добавить?
Does anybody want to add something to the collaboration of director and conductor in opera theatre? Please.
Romeo, because I think he's talking about something so important, and that's not naive. It's just a question of humility. And I had the chance to start collaboration with Romeo, and I could share the fact that Romeo starts any collaboration with humility. Humility about the score, about the music, about the conductor. And this idea of brothers, I think, is also crucial. It means we spoke a lot about the idea of collaboration. And that's also perhaps something, I'm a total newcomer in the world of opera, but I think from my point of view, something's changed since 10, 20, 30 years, I don't know. It's something more and more important also for the programmers, means from the heads of many opera houses. It means to believe into the idea of a combo of a director and a conductor. It means that it's now more and more crucial how a programmer choose his team. It means not to try to create a team with a conductor who is exactly a twin of the director. It means to believe into the chemical alchemy between them. And I think it's something absolutely important, because perhaps in the past this idea of a combo was not so important for the programmers, and something's really changed about that. And I have a very great example for me. It's Bernard Faucroul, who was during 12 years the head of the Festival of Aix-en-Provence. It was a real credo for him that before to start to think about a title, let's start about a team. We will be able to create something because they will be happy to share humility, discussions, and that's the, for me, that's the first possibility of creativity. And I think it's something really important from Romeo.
Отлично, но мы понимаем,
Great, but we understand that the conditions in the industry of opera today interfere a lot in this kind of collaboration. When a team meets right in rehearsal for the first time, just 3-4 weeks before the premiere of a work, is it possible in modern opera world, in the industry of opera today, to create such perfect greenhouse conditions for a team to work for a long time, a real chemistry appears? these conditions are not of a greenhouse. These are the conditions that I must to have. What Romeo said is a truth, because we are brothers by blood. That's why we say we, not me. We meaning the set designer, the conductor. We need to raise this child, this baby, from A to Z. And if the industry makes everybody work separately, the conductor, the director, and then they meet a week or 3 weeks before or 10 days before the premiere, there are colleagues, sometimes colleagues of mine, other directors, who are bored to work with conductors or directors who or conductors who don't want to be in directors' rehearsals. This is against opera nature. Stephen, is it possible to do it in the framework of a festival that you are heading in Glyndebourne? We understand that long-term cooperation in an opera house conditions with the different conditions. Is it possible at a festival?
Yes. It is. And I think it's got to do with, well, I agree with the things that have been said about putting teams together. There you can find teams with an exciting chemical reaction, which should also, by the way, hopefully involve the performers as well in that conversation and that creativity, so that people can know each other well enough, hopefully beforehand, that when they begin rehearsal, that things can change and be exciting and surprising also for the artists before they arrive at the premiere. Yes, I think it's absolutely possible. Sometimes it goes wrong, and the only time that your initial question about who's the most important or who has the most power in a given situation becomes interesting is when it has already gone wrong, actually. Hopefully one can set things up clearly enough from the beginning, and that the artists are enthusiastic enough about making this collaborative art form called opera, that you can, make a positive situation. Perfect? I don't know. But at least positive and creative. It's absolutely possible, and many of us have experienced it many times.
I think that Raphaël said something very important. Of course, that the ideal is that they work as a team without antagonism. But he said they shouldn't be twins. They should come with different skills and different ideas, and creative tension properly managed is what is the grit in the oyster that makes it work. I can tell you that as an opera manager over a fair number of years, one's major task is choosing and bringing together a team that will work well together. You don't always succeed, but that is always what you're trying to do. But I will also say a rather practical aspect of the thing is that there is a point in rehearsals where the power changes. One of the reasons why really good directors like long rehearsal periods is that during the sessions in the rehearsal room, the director is actually driving the car. Of course, you want to have the musical rehearsals as well, but it is the director who is in charge of those rehearsals. There is a point, and it's called the first stage in orchestra, where he has to move to the other seat, and the conductor takes over. And if you're a very obsessive director, it's a terrible moment. Because everything that your artists have learned in the previous 5 or 6 weeks, in that first stage in orchestra rehearsal, they forget. Because all they're thinking is the orchestra too loud? Can I follow the beat? Am I out of time? And whatever. And it's a depressing moment. And one of my jobs as a manager has been to say to the director, look, just don't panic yet. This is an awful moment, and it will come back with a little bit of work and so on. And yes, we will put in an extra rehearsal 2 days later and so on. But finally, at the performance, the director is just sitting at the back of the stalls, biting his fingers, and the conductor's running the show.
Steven, you've got a comment about that. Steven? No, я на самом деле хотел сначала я.
First, let me pick up on your question. Practically speaking, Andrea, Breth, how much time does a team need to make a show? How much time do they need to prepare?
You need a lot of time before starting, because as a director, it's very important what not the composer also, but the conductor thinks about the opera, about the music. So what I love is a conductor and a piano and a score and me as a bloody stupid assistant. So then, after studying this, then study the libretto, what's going on in history, patati patata. And I think it's the most important thing that the conductor is on rehearsals, because you also have to discuss not only what you do concerning the staging. I want to know, when I trust the conductor, is it okay for the, do we have to come closer, do we have to do this or that? Because I don't want to have the ego. I want that everybody can listen to the music. And this is important, otherwise we shouldn't do musical theater, we can do theater. Tempo, yes, but I need a lot of time, no tempo, a long time. And I know what you mean concerning the first orchestra rehearsals. Actually, I'm not fainting when I trust the composers or when the conductor, and the singers. So I'm quite calm because I know it will come. One day it will come. But I prefer Italian and not in the front, because this, I think it's useless and it's a loss of time. But in any way, I agree with Romeo, and I think with you, and I think with you, I think with you. So it's a lucky moment. Yeah.
Но следующий вопрос не менее.
The further question is no less practical, because long rehearsal process inflates the budget and increases expenses. How to do opera and still, Nicholas Payne is the question to you. What inflates the budget of the opera? Can you make opera like cheap and economically sustainable enterprise?
Yes.
What makes it so expensive? That's what you're asking.
People.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to say in answer to that. Excuse me. One thing is also to do with audience expectations. If we're talking about what's to be seen on the stage, and one collaborator of mine, we always say, well, we can do the paper bag version. Then everyone shows up in their jeans, and there's people complain about productions in modern dress. Half the time that's to save money, by the way, because it's cheaper to go to H&M than it is to hire a load of people to make period costumes. So there are many, many different aspects of where the demand comes for a certain sort of visual opulence. I'm not sure if the long rehearsal periods is really such a big expense. People are on fees and they agree to come for a certain amount of time. There is the reality, if you work with an ensemble in an ensemble-based opera house, about the number of different shows that people are doing and who's having to leave one rehearsal because they're on Carmen that night and then Electra the next night, and hopefully they can rehearse on Thursday. I mean, there's many complex realities, fee levels, the whole lot. But I mean, this is daily business which we need to steer through, I think. wasn't a very satisfactory answer, but maybe makes some kind of sense.
But you know, from the very beginning, opera has not paid for itself. Monteverdi had Orfeo put on thanks to a private patron. His second opera, Arianna, which doesn't survive, was done in a huge open-air space for an audience of 6,000. And it was vastly overspent. The new Duke of Mantua fired Monteverdi, and he went to Venice instead.
That's why the opera didn't survive.
And that is history. But always, the cost is people. If you want to put on an opera with an enormous extra chorus and a banda and so on, that is more people to pay. It's great. It's very nice, but it's going to cost money. And always through the history of, I mean, in previous centuries, people were cheaper than they are now. One of the reasons why there are still big ensembles in Ukraine or Belarus and so on is people are still cheap. The people in the Belarus Bolshoi, their average salary is 300 euros a month. So, of course, there's an enormous ensemble. But if people are being paid wages that makes it possible for them to live and have somewhere to eat and so on, it will simply cost you more money. So each time, and this is a very interesting thing for the future, I think, opera tries to reinvent itself as something smaller and more light-footed and more independent. And often, this gives rise to the new initiatives that will feed into main-scale opera. People got very worried in New York when New York City Opera went bust. They said, this is terrible, this has been a wonderful company, and it was a very good rival for the Met and so on. What a disaster. It wasn't a disaster. For the last several years, New York City Opera had been rubbish. It was good that it went bust. Now there are 30 independent opera companies in New York, all doing new work. Well, no, not all doing new work, but a lot of them doing new work, and it's led to a renaissance in new American opera. So, in terms of history, it is a benefit.
There's something else to say about the complexity of the economic arguments in terms of opera as well, is that when you look at the subsidy, for example, for a company that's subsidized by the state, you can say, well, that's very expensive. In Bregenz, when David Pountney was there a few years ago, there was an analysis done. And the analysis included all the people staying in hotels and the amount of tax being paid by the people who are working in the hotels, the VAT on all the, whatever you call that, tax on all the seat prices, taxes, hotels, restaurants, the lot. And the final answer was that the enormous subsidy coming from the Austrian government to the Bregenz Festival, for every €1 sent by the government to the festival, €4 went from the festival to the government. So one has to be careful when discussing these economic issues, because they're not always clear if you're not looking at the global picture.
Aix-en-Provence сделал такой же анализ, и там, конечно, чуть было поскромнее, на 1 евро.
Aix-en-Provence has made... Is it a round table? Can I have a comment, please? Yes, we'll give you a word. This is the same question, but you will get the microphone and ask a question or comment, but please later. You'll have an opportunity, I promise. First, I wanted to ask the question to Nadja. Mikhail, we say that the budget is, first of all, people. It consists of costs for people, and do you have a perspective, a take on this? Could you sacrifice the fee for the project, your fee for the project?
We have done that many times. I mean, the fees went down for years and years, And even at the Metropolitan Opera, we've been asked to go down with our fees, and we did. And as you can see in Salzburg, there are no rehearsal fees anymore, which I think is a scandal. I think this is really not right. It shouldn't be done like that, especially when you think that when we singers, now I'm talking about our community, when we prepare a part, we are working on that a long time before, month and month and month. And then, I mean, we have families, we have lives, we have houses, whatever. We have it's not our hobby, it's our profession. And then we spend maybe 2 months at a certain place and rehearse, and then maybe get sick. And then there is no fee. I think this is a scandal. It shouldn't be. This is really bad. There is no... Yes, can you imagine? I mean, this is really a scandal. It's a scandal. So I don't think that, honestly, and I think it's been said before, I don't think that the fees of the singers and the manpower is not the main cost. I think the main cost in opera houses, and you might confirm that, is the administration and the running of the whole beast.
If you want to talk about a scandal for fees, it's what the composers are paid. I'm really sorry.
Go ahead.
It makes me angry, actually, I mean, I'm sort of wound up, not because you're lovely and everything, but I've done operas where the lead singer has earned more money in the first performance than I got for writing the piece. I'm sorry that, I'm well paid. So I'm sorry that when the people start talking about fees, I get quite angry, because there's no other composer. I don't know if there are any composers here. I know the Russian composers, and and I know also how and it just really gets to me, because I'm having to take on other work to subsidise, because we're an opera, and I just wanted to say that because I think people aren't aware of that. It's the same with orchestral musicians, especially in England, where they're paid really low fees, and everybody else is on a level, and I just wanted to say that because it's something that's not talked about. When I talk to other people, especially outside of music, they are really shocked at how low composers are, especially these days. It's getting worse and worse. I mean, I'm lucky because I'm established and I do get fee, but when I see that, when I see that, when I did something at Covent Garden where a wonderful singer was getting more for literally 3 weeks, maybe a month, than I got for 2, maybe 3 years of writing the piece, then talk to me about fees.
Так что же раздувает бюджеты-то? Куда уходит?
Then where the budgets go, where they are spent? Any ideas? At least we know who the boss is.
Salaries. I wasn't saying just to singers. I mean to everyone involved in it. But the fact is that on average across all opera companies, 70% of costs go on people. And that's not just singers. It's technicians and administration and everything else. Yeah. So by simple arithmetic, it means that it's the people that are costing you. The more people you have, the more expensive it's going to be. Of course, they're not all paid equally, and maybe there's some injustices in the system. You try to make it fair, but sure. But that is where the money goes. Now, of course, you can also waste money, and most businesses do.
Но мы не хотим быть несправедливыми.
But we do not want to be unfair. We'll give you the floor.
My name is Gregory Spector, and I'm the director. You have brought up many interesting questions, but there was no question about fees and salaries. And I want to get back to one of the most serious questions that we just flapped. This is the dialogue of conductor and the director. This is a theoretical question, but it became a question of life and death for one ensemble, more of a death. It is merely creative, merely a question of interpreting opera of Mozart. between the director Mikhail Kislerov and conductor Ignat Solzhenitsyn. The dispute has grown into administrative decision, and one of the theater of Pokrovsky, now due to this administrative decision, is dying. Pokrovsky was an outstanding director, and this is an outstanding theater all in all, but now this theater has become part of the Bolshoi theater. And this was an example when creative ego and the interpretation of one concrete piece was created a huge conflict within the professional sphere, and it liquidated the theater. This is really scandalous. Another example, less famous, there was director Dotlibov in Leningrad, who staged Eugene Onegin, and by request of the theater, he made it really recreated famous Stanislavsky production. I don't remember the conductor who came 2 days before the premiere, looked at the scene and said, "Is it a museum? Who needs this conservative theater?" And he had remade a lot of nuances and made a lot of cuts, and there was a huge contradiction between the orchestra and ensemble music and the set and what the actors did, and this really was a huge failure. I think that Pokrovsky dealt with this question professionally. He said that the foe is the misunderstanding between the musical colleagues and dramatic colleagues. He worked smoothly with Rashtiastinsky. I think only in union, in understanding, in establishing some common perspective, some common united take on the piece, due to this collaboration, due to this union, operas succeeds. And I really wish to everyone to have successes and to have this understanding, mutual understanding. Thank you so much. I wanted to refer to a successful example, to collaboration of Raphaël, Pichon and Katie Mitchell, and to the productions that you put up together. And the way you did it, it really enriched the scope of repertoire. And it was, I would say, it was a unique collaboration of the director and of the conductor. Am I right?
One time, the roots of this story between Katie Mitchell and me and the different projects we did together was Bernard Foucroul one more time. When a programmer is really believing into something possible between two different artists. But of course, I think I share with Katie Mitchell something important for new generations, is of course how to be sure that opera will not transform into a morgue. That's, of course, we need to try to imagine all the different possibilities to enlarge the repertoire, to give a chance to many fabulous musics who are still into different libraries. How to, of course, continue to try to accept to put shifts or frictions into existent opera. How to quit a work. How to quit a work to be sure to come back to reveal a new truth of this work. So I think Katie Mitchell also got a really important credo, which is how to continue to connect operas from the past with our world. And for instance, I have a fascination for Purcell. Purcell is a very problematic composer because he gave only one real opera, which is Dido and Aeneas. And all the other titles are not real operas, it's semi-operas with spoken text, like Fairy Queen or King Arthur. But Purcell wrote also 100 hours of music for incidental musics. It means it's, for instance, 20 or 30 minutes of music for a play of Shakespeare. And this amazing music is, of course, not done a lot now because the plays were not the original Shakespeare plays, but revivals in the taste of the end of the 17th century, so reworks on the plays of Shakespeare, and these plays are not really good. But the music, the material is amazing, and have really got really something to say today, especially this incredible ability of Purcell to speak about, of course, about love, but also about humans, especially about family connections, which is something so essential still today. And I just asked Katie Mitchell, and I just said, please, Katie, have you any idea to consider that music? And why not? We don't want to betray the music, but why not create a totally fake compilation of all these musics together and try to connect it with a quite intense and important story today. So the starting point is how to give a new life to that music and see if this strange way to build an opera could give something, could create something. And finally, we worked a lot before the rehearsals, of course, because there was a work of writing the libretto and to try to give life and to tell a story totally connected with crucial subjects of today. And we spent finally 1 year and a half together every week, 1 day per week, and with the piano, in front of a piano, I played many musics for Katie, and finally we decided to work with a writer, and it was really a team work where, in a very creative way of working, we finally tried step by step, and it was really, of course, it was really harder than we expected it, really harder. And finally this Miranda came, and Katie is really most of her concerns are about also the place of the female gender in our society. And Purcell got a very intimate story with that also. So it was finally, it's kind of new form. We created it 2 years ago in Paris, and we will revive it in the next months in France and abroad. And of course, we will continue to change it. The work will continue. We will change a few things in the libretto. We will change a few things in the music. And I think it was a fabulous experience. And even if many things were not perfect, but I think it's it's just it opens new possibilities and give chance for fabulous musics to have a new life on stage.
Миранда — это спектакль, который был представлен в Опера Комик. Это действительно...
Miranda is a performance that was presented in the Opera Comique, and this is a compilation of different pieces by Katie Mitchell and Raphaël Pichon as a conductor. But what you've mentioned is the new issue that the opera theatre has to deal with, to stage scores that, for example, when people stage oratorios, something that is doesn't have a plot. How much the plot is important, the story, the narration is important in opera. Do you need it? Andrea, Breth.
You know that oratorios are staged in the musical theatre, like opera pieces.
For example, the Requiem by Mozart. But then I thought Mozart and the Requiem is much better without me. But I'm really jealous to listen to you and your experiences with Katie Mitchell, because I think this is one of the, in a way, fulfillment of working in art. In a way, for me, it was the work on Lenz by Wolfgang Riem, in order to find a stage language, because we always talk about here at the moment about the realism on opera, in opera. But I get more and more interested in the poetry of opera to find a language and something I can see, I can't see in the street or in the village or somewhere in the world, just on the stage. Which does not mean it's just something arty-farty or stupid, but what touches us in the heart, and we get lost, for example, in the world of Lenz. Lenz is a character written by Georg Büchner. He was crazy, he really existed, and he was treated as an artist by Goethe in the most horrible way. He wrote plays which were too much in the future. People didn't understand it. So he got crazy and he lived somewhere in France, in the mountains. And Wolfgang Riem, 1956, I think, he wrote an opera about it. After the novel of Georg Büchner. And the most interesting thing is that he really succeeded in forming an opera or musical theater like the novel. It's the same with Wozzeck for me. You can direct Wozzeck because it was written for drama as a fragment. And it's very complicated to direct it in drama. And I was never interested in doing it on stage as a drama. So then I had the opportunity to do the Wozzeck opera by Alban Berg. And I must say he was the only one who was able to figure out the play. And the play is amazing. It's much more than the drama. But without the drama, the music couldn't be like this. And he sort of combined everything, the art of film, of cuts, of little moments, of screams, cries, the disaster of human being and the disaster of world. It's as touching as you talk about it. It's really heartbreaking, and you also have to think.
It's both. So this is combining, and this for me is fulfilling art. And opera is art.
Александр Титель. Насколько для вас важен сюжет?
Ну, в принципе, не очень. Не очень.
Вам было бы любопытно поставить ораторию?
Да, конечно. Ну, все зависит от того, какую. Мне не довелось ставить ораторий, но, скажем, приходилось делать разного рода концерты, да? И все эти концерты имели свой сюжет, они придумывались. И несмотря на то, что там была совершенно разная как бы драматургия.
У нас проблемы с переводом.
Извините, Александр, у нас проблемы с переводом.
Alexander was telling that the plot, the story wasn't that important for him. He never staged oratorios, but he used to do some concerts that were built around the story, built around the plot. And for each concert, whether it was dedicated to the creative way of some artist, or to my teacher, Mikhailov, or to the music that he admired and which inspired him, or it was some Jubilee anniversary concert, still it was built around a story. Meyerhold used to say that if you're a director, you can stage anything, even if it's a phone book. This is one very extreme statement, but despite music, of course, it's very important to have the dramaturgy. To the Jubilee of Rachmaninov, his grandson wanted to do a session of 3 evenings that were dedicated to Rachmaninov, and he wanted to make the Modest Night, and first wanted it to be a performance, just theater, dramatic performance. And 3 of the shows were to take place in 3 different places in Moscow, in New York, and in Paris. But then he analyzed and figured out that it didn't fit into the budget, and he made the kind of a semi-stage, half semi-concert type of work. And I was really happy that he had changed his mind, because it gave an opportunity, it gave more freedom. And only 1 coin was props, and 5 chairs, so 5 chairs and 1 coin. And of course, you can find these items anywhere in the world, in Carnegie Hall or in Paris Opera, anywhere. We look for stories. It's interesting. Romeo Costellucci was right when he said, when you immerse, you step into music, you like enter the forest. At different stages of your relationship with music, you develop different attitude towards it. First, it impresses you, or depresses you, or then you forget about libretto and emit it. And the next stage, you learn it by heart, so you know it automatically. And these are all stages of this relationship connection. This is a huge novel that revelates. If someone stages oratorios, it means there is a demand for it. I think it's the tendency for visualization, the global tendency for visualization. I see some very interesting concerts in our Philharmony. I see that they do some visual effects and add to the organ. They add some visual effects. They put light, different color of light there. Or people gather around fountains and they watch these shows with music around fountains. I don't appreciate that much. I don't think that it suits that visualization is suitable to all of the musical pieces. Sometimes it comes out quite primitive, but the story, you can invent any story you want. I wanted to add a few words about Philharmonic concerts. I'm thinking about Purcell's and Shakespearean projects that were conducted by Vladimir Jurowski, for example. And it comes to my mind that we perceive music together with its status, either it's theatrical or non-theatrical. But both in opera and on Philharmonic stage, these statuses are confused. You don't see these labels being attached anymore. The core is not in the fountains or in light, but the most important thing is this piercing music that touches you. It can be both in Philharmony and stage. The story with Aix-en-Provence and with concerts of Vladimir Jurowski makes me say that collaboration between conductor and director and success of opera theatre relies a lot not on the protagonists. For example, the festival of Aix-en-Provence and this possibility of Pichon and Mitchell to work together, this possibility emerged due to the educational program of Aix-en-Provence, due to the complex work with the audience that they hold, and with young activists of opera and theatre. And this is what provides the platform for collaboration. I wanted to ask Vladimir Jurowski before he leaves us, is this part of is important, and should the audience have some special knowledge when the audience is... It's an interesting question. I wanted you to ask it. Everything, as Stanislavsky said, that theatre starts from the wardrobe. I would say that everything starts from kindergarten, because this is probably the time when music enters, theatre enters human life. When I was little, there was a ballet of Dr. Ibalit, based on a children's story, and it was utterly important for me because it was the first time I saw some animals and beasts that were walking on the stage, and I really believed that they were alive, although I saw the actors taking off heads of these beasts otherwise later on. Or, for example, in the when I saw actors suntanned playing in the winter circumstances, and the ballet Snegurочка, and it was interesting to see and analyze when you're a child and see all these contradictions. First of all, I fell in love with theatre, then with music, only later. If each child would be given an opportunity to play with theatre, play in theatre, with adults or without, with their help perhaps, I think the world would have been a better place. I believe deeply, it's like part of my religion. I really believe in education, musical education. And it's interesting that when I started my way in Glyndebourne and with London Philharmonic Orchestra, in my understanding, education, musical education was when children just sit and they're shown something. Teachers show them concerts. But in London, I saw another approach when children participated, when they got involved. They made some small contribution, a little one, but it was their contribution, and they were given an opportunity to become part of art. And I deeply believe, truly believe, that from the early age, kids should get involved in and should engage with opera. They can start with fairy tales, with Carmen, or involve them into creating an opera together, as in Chamber Theatre of Pokrovsky it was done. And it would be wonderful if kids could write down, create their own libretto, their own fairy tales, and tell their stories that they create with the help of music. It's important to tell people that through voice you can express emotions. We all feel the tension a lot, and we can consume music, but we forgot how to sing. And of course you need some background knowledge when you come to listen to Wagner opera, and you would admire it more if you know more. But this is a special type of art that has people, the audience who perceives it, is already developed, I would say, they are educated audience. I really need to run to the rehearsal, and I wanted to say to Mark and Anthony Turnage that now there is in the audience one young person sitting who came and started working with music due to acquaintance with your piece 14 years ago. It wasn't an opera, but when I came to Moscow, I played your piece, Evening Songs. And there was a small girl, and she's sitting at one of the back rows. Say a few words, please. Wow, this is a dramaturgy, the drama. It's very unexpected. Yes, it was my dream from childhood to meet Mark Anthony Turnage, because I still live in a small village where only 118 people live. It's far away from Moscow. I was listening to music a lot, but I grew listening Mozart, Donizetti, Tchaikovsky, and when I came to the first concert of the symphonic music, the first what I heard was the Evening Song, the first thing I heard. And Vladimir were telling and introducing these songs to us. And before that, I didn't contact and didn't connect to this type of music. And I know a lot of people who are afraid of such type of music. But I felt contact. I felt how the orchestra breathes when I was listening to these songs. And since then, I was never afraid of contemporary authors, of contemporary composers. Sometimes I write about contemporary music now and do articles, create articles, but everything started from your Evening Song. So thank you very much. Thank you. Mark Anthony.
When you have that means so much to me. I mean, being in Russia, and I mean, that's for a lifetime. It's every bit of hard work I've ever done in my life. When I get a response like that, it makes me want to cry, because that is extraordinary. And I'll meet you afterwards, but that's what it's about, and you know, that's I'm just, well, I'm speechless, to be quite honest.
Пожалуйста, возвращайтесь в оперу, Марк Антони.
Please come back to opera, Mark Antony. Vladimir, thank you very much. And I'm passing the floor to Julia Bederova. From your point of view, special knowledge, is it essential for the audience?
The audience is very varied, and we need to trust our audience. Some need background knowledge, some don't. Some viewers come and want to have the armory, have the toolkit. Some want to just perceive it as such instantly, or to listen to just pleasant speech and some discourse about directorship, discourse about be in the middle of this discourse. About art, about directorship, just to feel that you're in the middle of the discussion. There is a person in the audience, Elikaya Makarova, and she has just written a book, How to Perceive Opera. And the author wrote there a lot about Andrea Breth, and since today is the so perhaps I can say something about the collaboration with the audience. Me and Alexei Parin have created this book because from year to year I'm talking to students who come to the first course of Smolny University, and each time they say quite the same things. They say almost the same things. They ask almost the same questions, as if there is a realm of concerns, a row of concerns. They usually ask questions. Why do you say so many details? Or why the costumes are like that? Or should it be logical and true to reality, or should it not be not? Or they say, wow, you're such a good person that you go to opera. How do you survive it? I don't enlist these questions, but this is a bubble of such questions. For me, as an individuality, I see that people perceive opera as a form or as a phenomenon that exists somewhere, as a concept. And we just came up with an idea to ask people who are professionals, who are specialists in opera, who feel that it's for whom opera is something natural, or for whom it's something new and exciting and extraordinary. So the book poses a question how you can build up your relationship with opera. What impresses me today during the entire round table is that unanimously people say that opera is theatre, is so much connected with theatre, but this is not an evident thesis. Usually, and all the time when I deal with students and young people, they say that opera is not a contemporary form of art. And in the book, we have collected 24 texts from different authors. I see some authors among this audience today. All of these 24 texts, they cover entirely different perspectives, and they sometimes contradict each other, but despite that fact, they create a discourse, a field of discourse. They touch upon topics that step away from closed, narrow-minded opinion. Because when a person is closed and is not open for new ideas, perhaps he won't perceive opera as such. But my experience shows that this field of discourse is in the air. People approach you and they start talking about the same things. And this round table just confirms this. I really believe in progress, in the development of the times. Nothing emerged just out of the sudden for no particular reason. But here and now, we started talking about opera a lot. This is exciting. I have a suspicion that nowadays something new is emerging. The aesthetic situation, atmosphere is changing at the moment. Some musical, theatrical conception has shifted in the world, and we can make this change appear. See that this change is becoming evident to everyone. I think now we pass on to the questions. We have one global question to all the participants of the round table. Opera, is this modern, irrelevant art, or it's elite, posh art for a niche, for a bubble of people? We dealt and worked with this question for entire 4 hours, but perhaps I wanted to hear your opinion about it. If opera remains some posh, some elite genre.
Why opera? Will opera survive? Will theatre survive? Is a very old question. And it will survive, I'm sure. Theatre, opera, musical theatre will survive. We can't talk about it if that millions of people in one country will go to the opera, because but we can also say that millions of people go to the disco, and to talk about discos and opera is as if you talked about coffee or whiskey. So it's completely different, and I'm not afraid of this point of view. I think the mistake is in schools, and as our colleague intelligently said, the kindergarten, or what happens in families. I'll just give you an example. Simon Rattle did something really important in Berlin. He collected kids from the street, invited them, and he did music with those children, street children, where the parents work a day, and the kids are alone. They have to look after their lunch, their dinner, and they're totally alone. So he took them from the street and he made music. Also, members of the Berlin Philharmonic, they worked with children. They did an opera. And those children loved it, and they didn't get criminals. And Duhamel, it's his name, this fantastic Argentinian conductor, he did the same in Argentina or in Mexico, I forgot. And this is what music really helps for life. And just to tell you the most horrible story, and a lot of people will know here, it's not new. People in Theresienstadt, in the concentration camp, they survived because they were allowed to make music. And operas were written in the concentration camp. And the criminal thing is that we don't listen to these operas, they exist,
but nobody listens to it. And this is really the next horrible thing we do. We should talk about this. We should tell about this. Well, anyway, if I understood all what you said, it's my problem because I can't really hear it. Something is wrong with my ear. But this is, I'm absolutely sure. Why opera is, I'm sorry to say, the wrong question.
I think it's rather a good question. And it depends how you make the question, because what we have most to fear, I mean, we ask the question here, and we all say, oh yeah, we all love opera, it adds to our lives and so on. The people we have to fear are not the people who hate opera, it's the people who are indifferent to it. And I think your perception that many people think that it is something simply of the past is a very dangerous thing for opera's future. Because an art which doesn't have a contemporary side to it is going to die. Now, Andrea is of course right that people will continue, so long as humanity survives, to want to make theatre and use their voices. We're all born with a voice, even if it's a horrible voice like mine. But we can sing. You know, we're capable of song, and people, as Stephen said, learn to listen to singing from the very earliest age, and then to start making up theatre. So in that sense, it will survive. But opera, as we have defined it for 400 years, I think is in some kind of danger. And I think there are two things we have to do, those of us who kind of care about it. We have to make contemporary opera that people love, that people want to listen to. The enemy of opera is bad opera. Whether it's old opera or new opera. And if you're an opera professional like me and many others here, I have to confess one hears a lot of bad opera. I was at a performance at a famous theatre quite recently, which the audience seemed to like, these opera buffs and so on. It was truly an appalling evening. Not very well sung, dramatically disgraceful. And I was sat there hearing these people cheering their friends. It was the first night, you know, so it was a kind of clerk. But I was thinking, if people who don't know opera come to this, they really will never go again. It was so off-putting, and we're responsible for making this terrible event. And that's why the story you told about hearing Mark's music is such an important one, because he doesn't always get it right, Mark, but actually Mark writes music, and he writes opera and will continue to write opera, please, which actually does appeal to the heart and the mind and the guts and so on, and then opera will survive. But I think it's a big question, and I have to say that my little organization, Opera Europa, the next conference, which will be at the end of April in Antwerp, will be about creation. And we will invite composers and librettists and directors. You're all invited. Because that is at the heart of it, and those of us who are merely managers are simply there to enable the best creative work to happen. That's our task. The second question, though, I think is an awareness question. And we live, in some sense, we live in a wonderful, connected, global world where you can talk to people across time zones and in different continents. You know, we have the tools to connect with each other better than we ever had. But it's a very crowded world, and there are lots of other competitors wanting to make people listen to them. And opera is failing to make its voice heard in that sense. And yet at the same time, as we were saying earlier, it is a more global phenomenon than it ever is. And our autumn conference for Opera Europa will be very much about building those bridges and in launching an advocacy campaign to make people aware of opera's role in society. And we will create a World Opera Day, which I hope you will all join in on and tweet around, and that it'll work not on a narrow inward-looking level, as has sometimes happened with these things in the past, but embracing the Americas and Asia and Africa and the vast expanses of Russia across all the many time zones. And I think the Russian example is a very important one, the importance of culture in society, the liveliness of theatre and music making and so on. The date for World Opera Day, I tell you, this is completely unauthorized and so on, will be the 25th of October. You were the first to hear it. So just mark it in your diary. And it will be, if we succeed, an outward-looking exercise. Sort of now.
I totally agree with you both. And I totally agree with you, Andrea, about the fact, for me, absolutely sure that opera will survive. But it's more the definition of opera, how opera will survive, I would discuss. That's the fact that, of course, one more time, opera could survive really easily as a memorial object. But how because you said something totally true also, that the fact that the audience is so larger than before, and there is more and more since 10 or 20 years, many new opera houses everywhere in the world. We could speak about Asia, we could speak about Maghreb, we could speak about South America. But the thing is, if, for instance, if in China or in Morocco, these new opera houses will be only a way to discover masterpieces and masterworks of Occidental Europe, or if we will be able to invent a possibility for these opera houses to be also a mirror of their own cultures. It means that, of course, especially in Europe now, the nature of our countries changed a lot. It means that perhaps another issue for the next years would be how to dialogue more, how to... Of course, we need new operas, we need new forms, we need new projects, but perhaps we need also new ways to look out at our world. And it means how to invite different cultures to be part of the world opera. Because as you said, Stephen, the opera could be something really, it's just music, song, and text. Opera is really the definition of the opera. So how we could, with the word opera, invent something more open, and the dialogue with the different culture, especially inside one country. For instance, in France, you know that in France the country changed a lot since 100 years, and is really mixing now many different cultures. And I think there is many efforts to make to open the opera, to transform the opera, to be not only memorial object, but also something totally alive and connected with our own society.
Some astonishing contributions. I started taking notes at the beginning of this round table, but my hand was hurting after a while. There's too much intelligence around. I'll pick up on that, if I may, which is that the thing we know as opera has often focused on marginalized people and communities, and has looked at how you can fold the edge to the centre, whether there's people excluded by reason of their ethnicity or their disability or their gender. That's in the history of the form, and I think there are experiments, successful attempts continuing that, and we need to keep thinking about it. We can't relax. In my own experience in Sweden, where I've been living and working for the last few years, we have, for example, made a new opera mixing professional opera singers with disabled artists. And for me, one of the highlights of my 6 years in Sweden was a moment when a man with profound disabilities but a really good singing voice, if no language, was duetting with a professional mezzo-soprano. Extraordinary. This fast-changing world. In Gothenburg, where I live, the ethnicity of the city has altered so fast, but we've been able to contact through Red Cross many people, recently largely Syrians, and bring those people together to make a new international choir involving our professional in-house choir and other people. Those people then were in Jonathan Dove's Monster in the Maze, which we performed. Some of those people then went on and were also involved in the beginning of our ring cycle. There's all sorts that can be done and should be done. One more thing, which is the E word, elite and elitist. And this is something that's quite important to think about. There can be a virtuous circle, which is a bit like in football. And if your team employs the best players that can be found, the elite, it's completely inspiring, and it is the opposite of elitist. Indeed, it's the thing that makes you want to get a football and go and kick it about on the street. If one can find a similar way of working with music theatre, even with that thing called opera, then I think we've hit gold.
Yes. For me, this is a funny question, why opera? Because when I became a singer, I never thought about, this is opera, this is pop, this is rock. For me, there was only good music. So I was listening to all sorts of good music, and I enjoyed all sorts of good music, and I enjoy theater, and I love theatrical music. Of course, this is my approach, so this is kind of belongs to me. So for me, this categorization at first is very strange. And then second, I think we shouldn't be afraid to be proud of having like a diamond, like a very, very precious, very special diamond, which is called opera. And I think it is a Nischen product. What is it, a Nischen product? It never will belong to millions and millions of people, and it should not, because, you know, it's like a wine. When you start to drink wine, you drink all sorts of wine, and then after a while you figure, oh, this is maybe not good and gives me a headache and I don't feel well. And then the taste refines and refines and refines, and at the end, all of a sudden you are ending up with just the best wine. And this is opera, this is just the best wine. And of course, not everybody will have the ability to feel and to appreciate and to understand the best wine, but still it is very, very, very precious, and I think we should not be afraid of being in a certain corner of the society. We are handling in German, what do we have this word of, wie sagt man denn zu dieser Weltliteratur? We have this, yeah, we are handling the most precious literature. We are handling the most precious music, and it demands a certain kind of education, and this kind of education needs time, and we should be proud, actually. And I trust in life. Of course, it never will. This music never will fade, because also opera talks to the strongest and deepest emotions. And I myself, I'm very grateful that I can feel that and I can perform that, and that I am, you know, for many people, daily life is just swabbing away the ability to feel deeply, and then they can go to the opera and they can get these deep feelings and they think, oh yeah, this is what it's about to be a human being. So I think we shouldn't be afraid, and life will take over, I'm totally sure.
I think we apologize too much for it all, because I think that Stephen and I's experience in prison was very interesting, because when we've made these pieces and we formed these operas, or music, whatever you call them, over 2 weeks, with prisoners quite often from extremely poor backgrounds and mostly black in the case of the prison. I mean, we went, and it's, you know, you met sort of people that you'd never meet in normal life, being white and middle class. Their emotional reaction to something was quite extraordinary and made you rethink everything. In fact, having worked on one of these projects, I actually worked with a writer who was on the project, and I did something about prison, but it was so emotionally raw in a sense that they didn't see the distinction. It's the same with kids. Same with kids when you work in education with children, especially with contemporary music. People don't have the same prejudice. You know, so this idea of apologizing and also the idea of elitist, I agree with everything, is that you should just don't worry about it. Just get on with it. And I mean, I know there are problems, and I shouldn't really be saying this, but maybe we talk about it too much. In a talk, that's probably not the right thing to say.
Thank you, Mark. Alexander Titel.
Yulia has mentioned that audiences varied and have different demands. There are classical melomans that like to go and admire voices or some melodies. There are admirers of a certain composer. And the categories of the viewers are so varied. And how can we look for one audience and not lose the other part? It's a great big question for the opera house. Today, opera can be compared to a religion in some of its parts. It exists for 400 years. It has rich temples, numerous temples. It has preachers, it has admirers. And I think we shouldn't worry for its future. But on the other hand, nowadays existence of the opera is closely connected to people understanding of wealth. That in opera everything is beautiful, it's well established, it's for a certain circle of people. I would tell you about one class of music that I visited in the English National Opera. In the English National Opera there was a program called Bailey's program. They worked with kids, and I was invited to some remote London school at the outskirts of the city, to the class for children. This class took place in the gym, and there were several classes mixed, and there were kids from 10 to 15 years. Very different ethnic groups represented different kids, and they were like sneering, smiling already beforehand. They expected a lot. 4 musicians came from London's Sinfonietta, and during 1 hour, during this class, but it was more of something magical. This was not a class, I would say, and they were speechless. Kids were speechless. Kids were equipped with many instruments, not with heavy ones, with like piano, violin, something complicated, but with very, very simple ones, exotic and ethnic, where you can just clap or beat. They pulled, they played, and when they came up to, teachers came up to one of the kids who looked very punk-like. He also, not being embarrassed, he approached and played with the teachers, engaged. And in the end of the class, these 4 musicians, they divided all the participants into 4 parts, into 4 groups, and they had to create within 4 minutes 4 operas. And they made it. This was the case when this was then the mountain was going to a small human being, not a human being to the mountain. And perhaps we should cherish the concept of opera that has already emerged, but I guess that nowadays the duty of the opera is becoming more open, more democratic, more reacting to the modern times. Since it's a lyrical genre, it appears it comes out of something very, very sensitive. It should convey some instant emotions, fears, and enter the environment that is perhaps remote and perhaps not natural, but it's what concerns us deeply. I don't know what to add after all of your comments of my colleagues, but shortly I would say that how opera is relevant to Russia. We have confirmed that opera as a genre demands a lot of, requires building a lot of new groups, a lot of new connections, finding understanding between different groups, between conductor, director, composer. And this mutual understanding, opera is always seeking for it and constantly producing more and more groups and more relationships. The genre of opera for our humanitarian country that is now entering the phase of isolation, opera with this idea of globalism is really, really relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, we ran out of time. We planned to give you opportunity to ask questions. I wanted to ask our guests if you feel like still being asked some more questions. A little. I wanted. Perhaps you know some questions. For 4 hours we were discussing a lot of issues and raising a lot of questions, but perhaps you wanted to mention one question that wasn't brought up, that you think needs to be discussed, but it wasn't discussed. My comment is to add optimism to audience. I would say that demand is rising for opera. In Russian reality, 2 small examples. I know a big group of my friends who created small opera club. They watch it at their home cinema. They make dinners and their requirements for how people should dress to these dinners. And for example, in Arkhangelsk, that is a remote city in Russia, there used to be a lot of tours of big opera houses, but for several decades this tour stopped. And when finally, after 20 years, opera house came again to Arkhangelsk, really the website has just dropped completely. It was dead because everyone bought tickets right away. I would say that sometimes opera is even more interesting than theater. I was interviewing Dmitry Chernikov when he was working with dramatic theater as well, and he said, I work in the opera and I don't know how to find place. I suffer because I don't like when opera singers, they are like semi-actors. They are not professional actors, and at that time I miss dramatic artists. But then I come back to the dramatic theater, I'm not really satisfied with the intonation that dramatic artists use and employ. More questions?
Thank you, everybody. You've spoken a lot about Pokrovsky today. We live close to the Sokolsk metro station, close to the theater where it used to be. We used to go to that underground theater, and our children grew there. And when Bertman was saying that there were no audience to go to that theater, but we did. We made our own bow ties and went to that small theater. When I hear Don Giovanni, I always think about that theater, and my love to opera started there. A small comment. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be at this discussion. I've been listening to you talking and keeping the dialogue with you all throughout, and this question came to my mind. We physically couldn't get to it. We do a lot today to educate the audience, but when the conversation comes to staging a contemporary opera, we see that in academic theaters, musicians find it difficult too, because they're afraid, the opera houses are afraid of picking up a contemporary composer's work. Is not because they fear to lose audience, but the soloists do not have the capacity, the skills, whatnot, to perform contemporary music. Musicians do not have the techniques needed. So this is a vicious circle of fear of contemporary operas is what we create. So my question is about global education platform, maybe, where those who can work on contemporary operas could appear. And the openness of management of opera houses and festivals to all formats and forms, with contemporary scores, modern audiences, and new soloists are parts of the same story. Thank you for the question. We should not blame the audience who's not curious enough, but the problem really is mostly in the participants of the creative process itself. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for organizing this event. My question is probably to the opera managers. Many people dream of visiting world high-level opera houses. And it's not a secret that having spent lots of money and time, people find out that shows are cancelled just when they're about to enter the theater houses. It could happen in La Scala or any other opera house. The practice of opera houses is that they give back the money, the ticket money. But what can a person do if he or she will never get an opportunity to come travel again and hear an opera? I was a witness of such a cancellation at La Scala Theatre. I've traveled from Moscow, and people traveled from Japan. Is there an antidote, some kind of something in our 21st century that could stop the cancellation of such kind? Thank you. Friends, do you have any commentary, any reply?
It's live theatre. If you go to a football match, maybe the football player you want to see is injured. It happens. I suppose you do get another chance. It's not the same as the disappointment you will feel having travelled all the way to La Scala for the singer to cancel. But probably nowadays you will be able to get a later performance when she didn't cancel on video or on streaming or whatever. So in a sense, technology has made opera more accessible. It's not a complete antidote, and so far no one has invented something which can stop people getting a sore throat or a cold. You know, singers are human.
Если позволите, у меня есть комментарий, потому что у жителей Парижа
I have a comment. Citizens who live in Paris and Milano have less of these problems because they get best directors, best singers, best directors, best conductors in their own theaters. They do not need to travel half the world, spend money on hotels and tickets to get this experience we're talking about. So the question is again about to our management in our country, why we don't have access, paying taxes. We need to invest in travels and etc., to get the experience we all want. Thank you so much for the organizers and all the participants for this marvelous event. And I would like to address all of you with a wish, mostly to our guests. Please develop chamber opera theaters. Unfortunately, many people do not know that opera exists, and when you ask them why you don't want to go see an opera show, they say, oh, it's very complex, it's a whole story, it's very loud, and I don't understand the words. And when, with all the effort, you bring this person to see a show, something clicks in them. Not everybody had a chance to have parents bring them to an opera. Many hardly get to see a show when they're adults. But chamber, small theaters, opera theaters, is a way for somebody to listen to a big opera performance, endure 4 acts of music and 4 hours. And I want everybody to think about it and, if possible, develop them. And coming back to the topic, the previous topic, is Boris Pokrovsky's chamber theater, which he created at the Sokol underground station. And today, many people I see in this at this meeting who were brought up by that theater. So I want to thank everybody who invests in developing opera theaters, and Boris Pokrovsky too. Thank you, everybody. I think we'll let our guests stand up because it's been over 2 hours that they've been with us talking and sitting. I want to thank you for this beautiful conversation. I was happy to be part of it because it was loaded with meaning and content. Thank you so much.